6時前か。さくら、起きてるかな。サイバー、先に行ってるぞ。しばらくしたら今に来てくれ。
それでね、おじいちゃん倒れちゃってさ。
6時前か。さくら、起きてるかな。サイバー、先に行ってるぞ。しばらくしたら今に来てくれ。
それでね、おじいちゃん倒れちゃってさ。わしが寝込んどるんだから少しは落ち着こうと思わんのか、ドラ娘なんて言うのよ。失礼しちゃうわよね。それじゃあ私がはぐれ雲みたいに聞こえるじゃない。
先輩、はぐれ雲って何ですか？
藤姉のこと。ふわふわ浮いてて正体がつかめないやつを指す。
違う。はぐれ雲は遊び人。日がない一日、何をするでもなく町の人たちを冷やかして面白おかしく暮らす人のことを言うのよ。
けど先生、それじゃあお父さんの体、芳しくないんですか？
まさか。うちの家系は風邪とかひかないって有名なんだから。おじいちゃんはね、年がいもなく若い子と相撲して腰やっちゃったの。
相撲とは何ですか、タイガ？
ちょっと言葉で説明するのは難しいな。とにかく押す、引かば押す、押せば押すっていう格闘技よ。武器なしなんだけど、げんこつはダメ、蹴るのもダメ。基本的に相手の体とがっしり組み合ってドリャーって地面に叩き伏せれば勝ちなんだ。
それは純粋な力比べということでしょうか？
そうね。あと服もなし。自分も相手もほとんど裸でぶつかり合うんだよ。
裸でですか？
回しをつけてるから急所は隠してるけど、回しっていうのはふんどしのことね。わからなかったらシローに聞いてみて。私より詳しいから。
なるほど。で、シロ、ふんどしとは何ですか？
知らない。相撲は専門外だから他を当たってくれ。
嘘だー。シロ、回し持ってるくせに。
持ってるかそんなもん。相撲は藤姉のじいさんにやらされただけで、回しだって借り物だっただろう。大体な、何年前の話してんだよ藤姉は。
そっか、そうだ。シロ、子供の頃はちっちゃかったから相撲は負け続きだったんだもんね。おじい様が違う競技にしなさいって言って勝つまでやめたがらないシロに弓持たせたんだっけ。
ああ藤姉、時間そろそろやばいぞ。7時前にはここを出ないと遅刻じゃないのか。
今日は大丈夫。昨日から朝の部活は禁止されたから。ま、それでも今日は職員会議があるから早めに出ないとまずいんだけど。
先生、弓道部も朝練中止なんですか？
そうだよ。ってそっか、さくらちゃんには連絡行ってなかったか。昨日ちょっとした事故があってね。陸上部の子なんだけど部活中に怪我しちゃって、保健の笠間先生に言わせれば寝不足だとかで朝練はしばらく中止になったのよ。
けど怪我人が一人出ただけで中止にするもんなのか。それも寝不足だって。そんなの本人の。藤根、その怪我人って何人出たんだ
？10人以上20人未満かな。
そんなになんですか？先生、弓道部のみんなは。
それがね、うちには出てないけど昨日の部活でも疲れた顔の子が何人かいたのよ。ほら、最近いろいろと物騒じゃない？そのあたりの精神的な疲れも無視できないから、できるだけ生徒には負担をかけない方針でいくみたい。部活が負担になるってわけじゃないけど、肉体的に疲労するのは否定できないしね。さくらちゃん、おかわり。ご飯半分でお願いね。
はい、どうぞ。今朝は小食ですね、先生。
そうなのよ。学校行っても仕事が溜まってるのかと思うと胃が痛くて痛くて食欲がないんだよ。そういうさくらちゃんは元気だよね。ご飯大盛りで2杯目だもん。
育ち盛りですから。最近はすぐお腹減っちゃうし、多少無理でも食べておかないと大変です。
なるほど。さくらには弓使いとしては腕力が足りません。栄養を取るのはいいことです。
先輩、少しお話があるんですけど、お時間よろしいでしょうか？
よろしいよ。時間まだ余裕あるし。
そのですね、お弁当をですね、作ってみたんですけど。
サンキュー。だって、もしかしてさくら、朝早くから弁当作ってくれてたのか？
早くに目が覚めちゃって、やることもないからお弁当作ろうかなって。それでご相談があるんですけど。
なんだよ改まって。相談ってよっぽどのことか？
いえ、そんなことないです。ないんですけど。そうだ、先輩ってあんまりお弁当作りませんよね。お料理好きなのにどうしてなのかなって。
さくら、俺別に料理好きってわけじゃないんだが。
My mic! OBS forgot my mic! Again! Oh my god, why does it do that? So as I was saying, leaving out the completely missed joke I made that's completely false about Sakura not being able to cook. Cooking is a life skill, not a gender role. And if you like cooking, that's fine. It doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl or if you're non-binary. If you like cooking, that's totally fine. Anyway, she wants to know why I don't make my own lunch, right?
それがな、俺だって弁当のが安上がりだって分かってるけど、持っていくとクラスの男どもがたかってくるんだよ。結果、気がつくとおかずが半分になってるんだ。
Yes, I had this all the time. I had this all the time when I was in high school. Like I would bring my own lunch that my mom made, that my mom put together, and I would be lucky if I got any lunch at all. Sakura nods slowly. it's actually the girls in class who tend to take most of my food. But I decide not to mention it because it makes me sound pathetic. Not really. But yeah, that got to the point where I actually stopped bringing lunch to school, and I would pretty much wait until after school to have lunch. But then I would get hungry, so I had a bit of my friend's lunch to tide me over.
そういうわけなんで、生徒会室が使える日しか弁当は作らないんだ。あそこなら一星と二人で食べられるだろ。
先輩、それなら弓道場で昼食をとるのはどうでしょう。お昼なら道場も空いてますし、お茶も入れられますし、誰もいないから静かだし。
Oh, I never considered that. The archery range is unlocked during the daytime, and even club members are unlikely to stop by. Only Mitsuzuri is likely to be around, if at all, and she isn't rude enough to lay hands on another person's lunch.
そうだな。それもありかな。
そうです。そういうのももちろんありです、先輩。
けど部外者が入るってのもなんだな。一応三つ釣りに許可もらっておかないとダメだろう。
そんなの大丈夫です。弓道場は学校の建物なんですから、部活動以外は生徒の自由で OK なのではないでしょうか。
Sakura is being unusually forceful.
そうだな。迷惑でなければいいかもな。
I accept the proposal. And for some reason, Sakura looks utterly ecstatic, even pumping her fist. Maybe Fuji and his good mood rubbed off on her. We walk up the hill. There are more students commuting than usual, possibly because morning practices are canceled.
時間はまだまだ大丈夫ですね。こんなゆっくりした朝は久しぶりです。
Sakura is beside me, walking happily. She's been in a good mood all morning, though I'm not sure why.
俺はいつも通りなんだけど、まあさくらと一緒に登校するのは珍しいか。
弓道部の朝練は休みなしですから。
そうだけど朝練は自由参加だろ。大抵のやつは2日に一遍ぐらいの割合なんだから、さくらだって休めばいいのに。
それじゃ先輩、私が休んだら一緒に学校に行ってくれますか？
そんなの当たり前だろ。同じところに行くんだから、さくらが嫌がっても一緒になる。
それじゃあ。やっぱり無理でした。私下手だから一日でも休むと腕が下がっちゃいます。
Sakura sticks out her tongue in self-reprimand.
そんなもんかな。あんまり比べるのも足だけど、さくらの腕は1年じゃダントツだぞ。形もな。
いいえ、私はまだ未熟です。 今だって気を緩めると邪念が入るし、的が見えないなんてしょっちゅうだし。
そんなもんかな。あんまり比べるのも足だけど、さくらの腕は1年じゃダントツだぞ。形もなってるから1日2日間を置いても問題ないはずなんだが。
根が怠け者だから毎日びっしりやってないとずるずるダメになっちゃうたちなんです。
Well, if she says so. I part ways with Sakura. The second year classrooms are on the third floor, while Sakura and the other first years are on the fourth floor.
それじゃあ先輩、また後で。
なあ、授業中居眠りしたりするなよ。人間腹いっぱいだと眠くなるからな。
I don't think a food coma. I don't think that's what food coma means.
それなら心配無用です。もうとっくにお腹8分目になってますから。
Sakura goes up the stairs. I wave goodbye and head to my own classroom. It's lunch break. Shinji is absent, and so is Issei. I think Issei's been recovering in hospital ever since the Ryoto Temple incident. In fact, there are several other students out sick, too. But there shouldn't be any further absences. Castor is gone, and there isn't to serve and draining life force from the people of Fuyuki anymore. That should put an end to the mysterious comas that had the city in an uproar.
そうだな。キャスターの被害に遭った人たちもすぐに元気になって戻ってくる。
Time to get my head on straight. There are 4 masters left. Tosaka and Ilya aside, I don't know what the other 2 masters are like, so it's too early to relax. Our yell surprise harmonize. Just as I step into the hallway, I suddenly run into Tosaka.
ちょっとあって何よ、あって人の顔を見るなり失礼なんじゃない？それとも何か私に後ろめたいことでもあるのかしらね、エミヤ君は。
驚いたのはそっちもだろ。それに昨日の電話、一体何なんだよ。来るなって言ったり来いって言ったり、ずいぶん勝手じゃないか、遠坂。驚いたのはそっちもだろ。今のセリフはそっくりそのまま返してやる。
昨日のは特例よ。竜道寺のマスターが消えた後、あなたが学校を休んでれば何かあったって思うでしょ。竜道寺の件を教えたのは私なんだから、エミヤ君に何かあったら困るじゃない。
I'm surprised. Does Tosaka feel responsible for what
そ
happened?
っか。サンキュー、遠坂。心配してくれてたんだな。
そんなことないわよ。私はただ情報提供者として事の顛末が知りたいだけなんだから。
それなら昨日電話で言っただろ。キャスターとそのマスターは倒した。竜道寺にはもう何もないぞ。
Wait, why does she look so serious all of a sudden?
なんだよ、遠坂。俺、なんかおかしなこと言ったか。
エミヤ君を信じてないわけじゃないけど、もう一度だけ確認するわ。あなた、本当にキャスターを倒したの？
いくら俺でも勝敗ぐらいわかる。 セイバーは完全にキャスターを消滅させた。キャスターのマスターだっても
Was already dead by the time we arrived.
分かったわ。ならそのことで話があるの。ちょっと屋上まで付き合って。
キャスターが消えてない。
ええ、エミヤ君がキャスターを倒したのが2日前でしょ。なのに昨日も例の昏睡事件は起きた。それも魔力を奪われた人たちは今までより重い衰弱状態にあったわ。
そんなバカな。俺たちは確かに。
分かってる。あなたが嘘を言うわけないし勘違いしてるとも思えないけど、実際に私とアーチャーはキャスターらしき影を見たのよ。昨日の夜被害のあった現場に駆けつけた時にね。
そうか。じゃあ本当にキャスターは生きていて、まだ街中から魔力を集めてるっていうのか。
Which is an impressive feat because we did cleave her in two.
断言できないけどそういうことね。けど竜道寺の雰囲気が変わったってことだけはわかる。あなたたちはキャスターを倒した。けどキャスターは未だ存在する。今確かなのはそれだけよ。
That must be why Tosaka has been acting odd since yesterday. She probably started having doubts about this war. A servant is supposed to disappear when its master is beaten. When a servant is completely defeated, it can't escape death in this world. Both penalties apply to Castra, and yet she somehow still exists. It's a clear fundamental violation of the rules underpinning the Holy Grail.
そうか。
The Holy Grail War.
で、遠坂はどう思ってるんだ。
私？
ああ、おかしいって思ってるんだろう。お前が聖杯戦争を降りるとは思えないけど、今は聖杯の奪い合いよりキャスターのことをはっきりさせたいんじゃないのか。他のマスターとの戦いは後回しにしてでもさ。
エミヤ君の思ってる通りよ。今回の聖杯戦争はどうもきな臭いわ。父さんに聞いていたものとは違う気がするのよね。なんていうか、私たちの知らないところで違うことが行われてる気がするの。
Something else, huh? For me, I'm an outsider to this whole business, so I haven't even had the luxury of considering that. But if a bona fide master like Tosaka thinks so, then something must be wrong.
じゃあ遠坂はその。
ええ、自分で納得がいくまで聖杯戦争のルールには従わない。誰かに利用されるのは仕方ないけど、利用された自分が誰にどんな危害を加えるのかわからないのは気に食わない。そういうの嫌でしょ。だからはっきりさせるまで他のマスターといがみ合うのはやめるつもり。
She states it resolutely. Tosaka's eyes are unwavering, and at the same time, they seem to ask me for my decision.
そうか。それは休戦宣言ってことでいいのかな、遠坂。
エミヤ君が受けてくれるならね。この件が片付くまであなたが私と敵対しないのなら、私も危害は加えないわ。
She fixes me with a questioning gaze. My answer, of course, was set from the beginning.
こっちのセリフだよ。遠坂が手を出してこない限り、俺も遠坂とは戦わない。それに、もし戦う時が来たとしても、それは正々堂々とだ。その時が来るまでは。
I've always wanted to have a cooperative relationship with Tosaka.
決まりね。分かってたけど、いい返事がもらえて嬉しいわ。
Tosaka extends her right hand. I realize she's waiting for me to shake it.
ああ、よろしく遠坂。
I try to ignore my sudden reddening cheeks and stick out my right hand.
よし、契約成立ね。少しの間だろうけどよろしく頼むわ、エミヤくん。
Tosaka firmly shakes my hand. Her hand is far more delicate than mine. Her touch is soft and slightly cool. What the hell am I thinking at a time like this? Get a grip, Shiro. Vampirism kink.
どうしたのエミヤくん、急に汗かいたりして。なんか心拍数も上がってるけど。
いや、なんでもない。ただの風邪だ。飯食えば治る。飯食えば治るんで、そろそろ昼飯にしよう。
I turn my hand away from hers. Unfortunately, that only serves to twist Tosaka's face into a devilish smile.
ははこの前相談された時にもしかしてって思ったけど、やっぱりそうなんだ。慣れてるような印象だけど本当はそうでもなかったわけね。意外っていうかイメージ通りっていうか。
She's gone full gremlin mode. Smirking, Tosaka praised me from head to toe.
なんだよ。言いたいことあんならはっきり言えよな。黙ってるのは良くないんだぞ。
別にエミヤくんのことが少し分かっただけだから気にしないで。は、口にするつもりないから怯えなくていいわよ。
怯えてなんかない。言いたきゃ勝手に言えばいいだろ。
あら、言っていいの？
She snickers. How can such an evil smile exist?
何？小さくて聞こえないんだけど。
すまん。口にしないでくれ。言われたらひどくショックを受けそうだ。特にお前の口から聞かされると2倍や3倍じゃ済まない気がする。
そうなら黙ってあげてもいいけど。
Tosaka smiles triumphantly. I take a second to recover my composure.
エミヤくん、好きな子のリコーダーが気になるタイプでしょ。
言ってんじゃねえかこの悪魔。
No, she said she wouldn't tell anyone.
だからね、人間ってのは本当のことを言われると怒ると思うのよ。
Tosaka pokes at my lunch thoughtfully. She came here empty-handed today, meaning that she doesn't have anything to eat. It was inevitable that she'd come after my lunch instead.
いいから食べろ。たく、弁当持ってないくせにさ、どうして箸だけは完備してんだよ。お前、箸いつも持ち歩いてんのか？
There are my emergency lunch stealing chopsticks.
これは教室を出るときに持ってきただけよ。エミヤくん、この前もお昼ご飯持ってたから今日も分けてもらえばいいかなって。で、もしお弁当だった時を考えて事前に箸を用意したんだけど。
あのさ、その用意周到さはどこか論点がずれてると思うんだが。
She's not freeloading over at our place anymore, so she's taken to stealing our lunch. If you thought that far ahead, then bring your own dang lunch.
細かいことは気にしない気にしない。エミヤくんだって2人分のお弁当を持ってきてたんだから結果オーライじゃない。
This isn't really meant for two people to share. Sakura just happened to put too much food in the box.
いいか。俺一人じゃ食い切れなかったのも確かだしな。あ、父さん、さっきから野菜ばっかり食うなよな。肉も食え、肉も。俺ばっかり肉食ってたら胃にもたれるだろう。
その唐揚げ味付け甘いから苦手なのよ。だいたい女の子にお肉なんか勧めないでよね。ちゃんと自分で分量測ってるんだから、食べないってことはストップサインなの。
嘘つけ。お前焼肉で遠慮しないタイプだろ。もう絶対そう。俺がちまちま塩辛つまんでる時にわんこそばを食すがごときに霜降りカルビを食べるんだ。その量、その勢いたるや、俺の財布の中身などお構いなしで、むしろ破産させる気に違いない。そしてひとしきり満足した後にはこう言うんだ。今回は手加減してあげたわ。
I up and shoot back a retort, feeling like a sore loser.
言うじゃない、エミヤくん。あながち否定できないところが恐ろしいわ。
No. I'm pretty sure the scary one here is you.
けど、お菓子のお弁当よね。量はすっごく多いのに、盛り付けとかラッピングとか女の子っぽいじゃない？エミヤくん、もしかして料理好き？
What a coincidence. Someone asked me the same thing this morning.
ああ、嫌いじゃないけど、今日の弁当は俺じゃなくてさくらが作ってくれたもんだ。ああ、さくらっていうのは父さか。どうした？砂糖の塊でも噛んだか？
あっちゃー、やっちゃったか。
Tosaka sighs and puts away her chopsticks.
ごちそうさま。あとはエミヤくん一人で食べて。
Tosaka backs away uncomfortably. Well, as long as she's full. I was getting pretty nervous eating side by side with her, so it'll be nice to enjoy it in peace. I'm on the way back to class. Fifth period starts in a few minutes. The hall leading back to my classroom is crammed with students. On the other hand, the stairs are quiet. There aren't many students who visit other years' floors during lunch, so people use the stairs only occasionally. On the way back down, I run into Sakura. As soon as she sees me, she looks away awkwardly. I wonder why. It's the opposite of how energetic she looked this morning.
Sakura!
I speak to her, but before I can say anything else...
ごめん、さくら。間が悪かったわ。
Tosaka interjects first.
間が悪いなんてことはないです。先輩と遠坂先輩が一緒にいても、私は別に。
だから違うんだって。ちょっとね、用があって私からエミヤくんを呼びつけたの。ついでに言うと、エミヤくんもあなたとの約束をすっぽかしたわけじゃないわ。
なんだよそれ。さくらとの約束って別に何かあったわけじゃ。
バカ。お弁当を作ったってことは、あんたと一緒に食べたいってことじゃない。さくらが怒るのも当たり前よ。
Around the time this game first came out, there was always memes about Shiro being oblivious. I believe I mentioned it when I was talking with when we had when I was doing a video with Fur and Catman. I think it was the good ending video. It was either the good ending video or the normal ending. Or the stream where we got the normal endings. And it was one of those where I mentioned that old comic. Wait a second. When did I ever say I would?
先輩、それなら弓道場で昼食をとるのはどうでしょう。お昼なら道場も空いてますし、お茶も入れられますし、誰もいないから静かだし。
And then I noticed that Sakura hasn't unwrapped her lunch yet. All right. What the hell am I saying? Of course Tosaka would call me stupid.
ごめんさくら、俺間抜けにも程がある。
いいんです先輩。だってほらちゃんと約束したわけじゃないし、私もそうなったらいいなって思っただけで。
Well, we're playing hooky in the for the class for the next class and going to the range.
よくない。行くぞさくら。今からでも間に合う。道場で手っ取り早く済ませれば。
I grab Sakura's hand and start to run. However,
間に合うわけないでしょ。あと3分で何ができるっていうのよ。
we can eat and make tea really, really fast. That's how it works, right? Tosaka's calm logic stops me cold. My guilt over standing Sakura up drove me to action, but Tosaka's 100% right.
いいんです先輩。遠坂先輩の言う通り教室に戻らないとダメですよ。
けどさくら。
いいえ、気にしないでください。私今ので十分嬉しかったです。ありがとうございました。
I don't know what to say to that.
それじゃあ失礼しますね。先輩たちも早く戻らないと遅刻しちゃいますよ。
Sakura goes up the stairs with her uneaten lunch.
じゃあ私も行くけど。学校が終わったらすぐに商店街にある中華飯店に行っておいて。そこで待ってるから。
And so, Tosaka goes back to her classroom, leaving me with those cryptic instructions. Fifth period ends and the classroom quickly empties. Quickly. It's still before 2 p.m.
気は進まないけど、遠坂に言われたしな。
I don't have anything left to do on campus, so I go for broke and head to the shopping district. There's only one Chinese restaurant in the shopping center. Hongxiao Yansai Guan and Taishan. Taishan has an ominous reputation. Its glass windows are covered by shutters during the daytime, concealing the coming and going customers. As first-timers are frequently seen fleeing the premises. The restaurant is run by the enigmatic petite Miss Ba, beloved by the neighborhood association. And she wields her wok to cook chili peppers into every possible dish. In other words, the food is hot, really hot. It's so spicy you'd think your tongue was being stabbed by 1,000 toothpicks and covered in salt. Oh my god. The reason I tend not to like Chinese food is entirely because thanks to this restaurant's infernal seasoning. Also, I can't get over the owner's over-the-top accent. Now I'm about to enter this pit of hell. If the owner sees me, a menu will appear in my hand before I can blink. And if it comes to that, I'm screwed. I better order some sweet and sour appetizers right away to avoid mortal danger. I haven't been able to bring myself to return ever since I experienced their char siu and twice cooked pork. Don't even get me started on the mapo tofu. That's truly hell on earth. My tongue would melt. It's the kind of suffering that's having your tongue cut off by King Emma. Maybe the restaurant's name alludes to the spiritual trial that it takes to eat here. I check the time and see that it's just about 2:30. She told me to come straight here after school, so I cannot waste any more time.
よし、行くぞ。
It feels weird to work up my courage just to walk into a restaurant, but that's the kind of place this is. I don't know what the plan is, but I believe even Tosaka is regretting her choice of meeting spot right now. Inside, I come face to face with... Why does this voice actor go so hard? A priest eating Mapo tofu. I'm speechless. What's Kotamine doing here? Why is he eating that Mapo tofu that looks like a boiling cauldron? And with incredible vigor, no less. He shovels the molten lava into his mouth with hellish drive, sweat running down his face, not bothering to drink water, as if he knows that pausing will mean he'll never take another bite. And he looks uncomfortable. Man, who eats that fast? Is he actually enjoying it? The red oil and peppers look like they've been stewing in hell for 100 years. Is that delicious to him? If the answer is yes, then that's messed up. I mean, Kotamine as well as this restaurant. There's definitely an insane amount of spice in there. That's the only way I can describe it. Real talk, I completely forgot this scene existed. The priest talks while eating. I cautiously, actually, I'm not sure what to even to be cautious of anymore. Sit down across from Kotamine. I quietly watch the priest's movements. Incredible, there are only 2 spoonfuls of Mappo left. Is he actually going to finish the entire plate? The second I clear my throat, Kotamine's hand suddenly stops. Our eyes meet. Kotamine fixes me with his typically oppressive gaze and asks,
Kuka.
No, thank you. I have said it before, I cannot handle spicy foods. Instantly, I decline with every fiber of my being. Kotamine frowns slightly and finishes the last of his Mappo tofu. Wait, is he disappointed that I said no? It's clear now that Father Kotamine is here to see me. He must have asked Tosaka to get me to come.
一体何の用だよ。あんたが自分から出向くなんて珍しいんじゃないのか？
何？お前がすでに2体のサーバントを倒したと聞いてな。大したものだとねぎらいに来たのだ。
He's one to talk. Even if he really meant he could have picked a different venue.
そうかよ。悪いが、そういうのは気持ちだけで結構だ。別にあんたのために戦ってるわけじゃない。褒められる言われはない。
つまらぬ世辞は余計だったか。
Also, my weeb was showing. I read that as, for a while. I read that as sake instead of sake.
に入るとしよう。リンからキャスターが生きているという話は聞いたな。
ああ、キャスターはまだ限界していて、町の人間から魔力を集めてるって言うんだろ。
そうだ。その件と関係があるかはわからんが、お前がキャスターを倒した夜、竜道寺にはもう一体サーバントがいてな。風貌、戦闘スタイルから言ってアサシンだと思われるが、断言はできない。
アサシン？キャスターの他にもアサシンが竜道寺にいたっていうのか。でもセイバーは
感知できなかったのだろう。アサシンはそう強力な英霊ではないが、特性として気配の遮断がある。隠密はアサシンの得意分野だからな。いかなセーバーとてアサシンが完全に引きこもってしまえば見つけようがないだろう。
Yeah, that is kind of the thing with the assassin class. All assassins have presence concealment. So it was there the night we beat Caster too. Was it lurking nearby, waiting for a chance to take me out as soon as I let my guard down after killing Caster?
それは分かった。けど、なんだって俺にそんなことを教えるんだ。一人のマスターに肩入れはしないんじゃないのか、あんたは。
何？これは情報交換に過ぎる。私の知ることはそれだけだ。その代価として、ここ数日お前が体験した出来事を教えろ。今回の聖杯戦争はどうも気配が違う。
Yeah, I was going to say he's probably telling us this because something fishy is going on. The rules are being ignored. But at the same time, this could also mean someone stepping on his toes and his plan.
前回とは違うものが動いている気がしてならんのだ。教えたくないのならそれでも構わん。今のは忠告として聞いたと思えばいい。
そんなことするか。教えてもらったからには代償ぐらい払う。一方的に話されたことだけど必要なことだったからな。
相変わらず義理がたいことだな、エミヤシロ。
Priest's lips twitch up into a delighted smile. He's making a face like he knew exactly how I'd react. But I'm not going to play his little game.
話はする。けど、その前に聞いておくぞ。ことみね、あんた、なんでそんなことを知ってるんだ？竜道寺にアサシンがいるなんて、サーバントでもいない限りわからないことだろう。
In fact, he shouldn't have known. He shouldn't have known even if he had a servant. Neither Saber nor Tosaka's archer were aware of what he just told me.
なに、単純な話だ。私のランサーが竜道寺でアサシンに敗れた。奴が消滅する寸前の映像をマスターである私が回収したに過ぎん。
Just like that, the priest utters something outrageous, as if it's just common sense.
私もマスターだと言った。お前も口にしたではないか。サーバントでもいない限りわからないと。いや、実にその通りだったな。だがそれも昨日までの話だ。ランサーは消滅し、私は今回の聖杯戦争におけるマスターではなくなった。お前たちの敵ではなくなったということだ。
Or so he says. Gilgamesh is still in play. Goodbye.
さて、話はそれだけか。ではお前の番だ。ここ数日、何と出会い何を見た？
in only a short moment, the mood becomes somber. He's not letting me ask any more questions. All Father Kotomine wants is a clear answer from me. I still have a mountain of stuff I want to say, but I'll answer first. And in as much detail as possible, I describe everything that's happened and since I made the pact with Saber 4 days ago and met the priest. It takes about 30 minutes to finish my story. I haven't done a whole lot as a master. It shouldn't be of much interest to Kotomine. He only showed any sign of interest when I mentioned Zoken Mato.
マト造剣とうに老衰したかと思っていたが未だに現役とはな人の血をすする妖怪というのは本当だったか
The old man drinks blood? Oh.
そうだ魔頭の魔術は九州でな6代前の魔術師であった魔頭造剣は際立った無質界だったと聞く
He can't mean literally using insects as familiars, right? So if there's other magecraft that controls insects...
待ってくれ無質界ってその虫を媒体にして毒を使うやつのことか何百匹もの毒虫を壺に入れて最後まで生き残った虫で呪いを打つっていう
No, I mean the dude literally makes his body out of insects.
いや孤独の類ではない元より呪詛はマキリの専門外だ彼らが行う魔術は必ず自らの肉体に成果が返るもの呪いなど行っては相手と共倒れになるだろう
じゃあ読んで字のごとく虫を使い魔にしてるってことか
なあ魔頭造剣は他人の血を吸うだけの妖怪だ人の血を吸うことで若さを保ち肉体を変貌させ数百年を生き抜いたというがさてリンの父親の話ではすでに死にたい白日のもとには出られないということだったが
日の下に出られないそういえば会った時はどっちも夜だったけど
Zoken is the ultimate vampire cosplayer. He drinks blood to extend his life, and he can't go outside during the day. That makes him sound completely like...
ことみねマトの造剣は吸血鬼なのか
あれは吸血鬼というよりは吸血虫だよ性質も性格も陰湿なナメクジだ
For the record, vampires are a thing in the Nasoverse because Tsukihime / Melty Blood and Fate take place in the same universe. Katabine's tone is clipped. He must really despise the old man.
数百年も生きてるって言ったなじゃああのじいさんもマスターだったことがあるのか
いや魔頭造剣がマスターだったことはない奴は魔頭家の相談役のようなものだが何分数百年と生きた妖怪だ何か私たちが知らない方法でマスターになるという策を凝らしたのかもしれん
じゃあマスターのいなくなったキャスターと契約しているのはもしかして
さあなだが気を許していい相手ではない奴が表舞台に出てきた以上確かな賞賛があってのことだろう今回の魔頭のマスターはマキリにおける最悪の魔術王の呪語を受けているということだ
Zoken said that Shinji hasn't given up. Shinji has Zoken's backing. He may have lost his command spells, but the old man might give him a new servant.
参考になった。マキリのご老人が動いているのならば、この異常事態もうなずける。監督役として被害の拡大に備えるとしよう。
Katamine muses to himself, looking more relaxed now.
監督役ね。昨日まで俺たちに隠れてマスターだった男が何を。
そう言うな。もとより私に望みなどない。ランサーを得たのも、より良い願望者に聖杯を与えたかっただけだ。それもここまでだがな。あとはマスター同士で決めることだ。ま、私的な意見を言わせてもらえば、お前かリン、そのどちらかに聖杯が与えられればいいと思っている。
Probably because we're the ones you can manipulate most, right? I find myself frowning. The priest sounds sincere. He doesn't want the Holy Grail. He just said to my face that he wants me or Tosaka to get it.
なんでだよ。あんただってマスターになったからには聖杯が欲しかったんだろう。叶えるべき願いってのがあったんじゃないのか。
そうだな。望みはないが目的はあった。だがそれは聖杯で叶えるべきことではない。私の目的はそれほど真剣なものではないし、私本人が叶えても意味のないものだ。
It's meaningless if he makes it happen?
なんだよそれ。謎かけならよそでやってくれ。
老婆心のつもりなのだがな。私とお前は同じだ。明確な望みがない者同士、救いなど求めてはいない。故に少しでも早く気がつけば楽になれると思ったのだが。
I feel my heart jump in my chest. For some reason, the priest's words twist and turn in my chest like a curse.
お前。
I fight against the sudden vertigo and glare at him. And then...
麻婆豆腐お待たせある。
Who the fuck? Miss Boss sets a second plate of mapo tofu on the table, followed by a third. Cartamania dips a spoon into the plate with a clink. I knew it. This guy ordered seconds in advance. Our eyes meet. Cartamina fixes me again and with his oppressive gaze and asks,
食うのか?
No, thank you.
食べない。
With a straight face, I give him my firmest denial. I leave Taishan. Katamine didn't look like he had anything to say and started digging into his mappa with gusto. When I left the restaurant, still feeling sour, he left me with one last remark.
私は戦いから降りた身だが、お前とリンは未だマスターだ。造剣は陰湿だぞ。せいぜい気をつけることだ。
A warning, I suppose, even if it sounded like he hardly cared. Interlude 7-1. A breeze enters the damp room. Two sets of footsteps come from the open door. One is a hurried stomping, while the other sounds like it's being pulled along.
ほら、もう準備はできている。
There's a thud. The noise echoed through the dark hidden room. Shinjimato pushes the other person he roughly dragged into the room. Something is slithering and squirming on the floor. Shinjimato knows what they are. They're the mysterious, vile creatures that his grandfather, Zokanmato, has been breeding. Shinji pushes someone into the room full of them.
ほら、嫌なことは早く済まそう。
He speaks from atop the stairs. The chamber is full of the creature's musk. The moment any normal person steps foot into this room, they would be overcome by terror. But this person is an exception. The things shy away from the figure who just entered. Are they afraid or just sick of his presence? The unseen monster has refused to approach. They writhe and tremble in a perimeter around the figure.
新しい本を作ってくれよ。まだ2個残ってるはずだろ。
The presence reacts to Shinji's voice. It creaks and scratches. The darkness billows and rolls, as if eager to carry out the order.
言う通りにすればすぐ帰っていいからさ。お前だってそうしたいんだろ。
There's no answer. Only the irritating chitter of bugs fills the room.
いいかい？あいつとはいずれ戦うしかないんだ。これ以上わがままを言っていると。
Then you're the one who will have to fight him, Shinji finishes. The figure trembles. It can't do that. The old man who Shinji calls his teacher won't allow it. But the figure knows that Shinji doesn't always follow his teacher's directions. Right now, he's filled with hatred for Shiro and Mia. His mind has long since lost any patience for rejection. The old man is keeping him away from the conflict for his own safety. But to Shinji, it's an unacceptable humiliation. After a long silence, a change occurs in the room. Another figure appears in a flash of light. The creature's presence is driven from the room. The creature's presence is just driven from the room by her appearance. Even these vermin of low intelligence know to fear her enormous, monstrous aura.
そうそう。あとは全部僕に任せればいいんだ。
Her body is slender and supple, her hair long enough to reach the floor. Clad in a single black garment, she is the servant rider.
今一度聞きましょう。シンジ、私を刺激するのは自らの身を守るためだけですね。
In the depths of the chamber, gazing up from the bottom of the pen, the dark servant inquires.
ああ、何かと物騒だからさ。頼りになる護衛が欲しかったんだ。
Shinji, a master once again, fails to contain his delight. And he's so ecstatic that he blurts out an answer which can only be a lie. By the time I leave the Chinese restaurants, it's nearly 4 p.m. I don't have any shopping to do, so I can just go home. Still, I can't ignore what Kotamine said. Castor is still alive. Accordingly, people are still falling into comas. And on top of that, I'm surprised as to how well I took the news that Kotamine was a master all along. Now that I think about it, we've been at odds with each other from the moment we met. Maybe somewhere in my mind, no, on an even more primal level, I sensed that we would clash with each other. That took a while. Anyway, even Kotamine lost a servant, and I know he wouldn't be careless. There are 3 masters left. Master of Assassin, who was lurking at Ryo Temple, Archer's Master Tosaka, and... Yeah, I thought that would be Ilya.
何ぼーっとしてるのよシロ
うわっ
The Berserker's Master, the little girl in front of me.
イリアなんだよいきなり飛びかかってきてびっくりするだろ
何よいきなりじゃないもんさっきからずーっと呼んでるのにシロが気づかなかっただけじゃない
That's true, she was. That's what all the lines were about. Oh. I did notice something ringing in my ears for a while.
そのもしかして商店街からずっとか
そうだよシロ難しい顔して歩いてるんだもん邪魔しないように後ろから呼びかけたのに無視してどんどん進んでいっちゃうんだから
いやそれは考え事をしてたからであってイリアを無視したわけじゃ
それに公園にだって来なかったわ私ずっと待ってたのに
Ah, right. We had an unsaid agreement and to meet again at the park this afternoon. I can't believe I forgot. Even Kotamine needed, even if Kotamine needed to talk to me.
忘れてたごめんイリア
そう簡単に許してあげないんだから私本当に怒ってるんだからね
Ilya glares at me grumpily. What should I do? I missed our appointment and made her wait because she'd be upset. She won't forgive me unless I show her how sincerely sorry I am. So I think this is one, and I think this is one, and I think this is one that's also a bad end and possibility. But yeah, this is. We need 3 Ilya points or we'll get another bad end. So I'm saving a second save. I'm saving a bad end save slot. Invite her over as a guest. Oh, I know. She might be feeling down because I made her wait, but I still have a chance to cheer her up.
イリア提案がある
何よ簡単な言葉じゃ聞かないわよ
だから言葉じゃなくて態度で謝罪するイリア今からうちに来ないかそれなら温かいお茶とお菓子をご馳走できるんだけど
And when we get home, Saber's going to be like, "What the fuck were you thinking?"
うちってシロのうち
他にないだろ今なら誰もいなあいやセイバーはいるけど絶対にイリアを襲わせない公園じゃなくてさたまにはゆっくりお茶飲むのもいいんじゃないか
確かにちょっといいかもしれないけどシロのうちにお邪魔していいのかな
It's not intruding if you're invited.
いいも悪いもない それにほら、この前はイリアの城を見せてもらったし、今度はこっちの番だって言っただろ。
うん、そうだね。そう言った。
Also, when I bring this up, because I just remembered, those mirror things that we see over there, we actually have those in my country. In where I used to live, I saw them occasionally. I think they're to help you see in intersections like this. Ilya mutters as if persuading herself. Then she looks at me again.
私、シロのうちに行っていいのかな。私はシロとキリツグを殺しに来たのよ。その私がシロのうちに上がっていいの？
She asks me in an emotionless voice. I can't possibly know the significance of her words. This Einsberg girl came here to kill my old man. It's the reason she's been after my life too. I've known that for a while now. Kuretsugu betrayed the Einsbergs. Then he threw everything away to live out his days in this town. Until I became a master, I had no inkling of the sacrifices he made. I doubt Ilya can forgive Kuretsuga, and she probably sincerely means to kill me. But regardless, no, especially because of that, I think I should invite this girl to the Amiya house.
今はマスターも何も関係ない。俺はイリアに遊びに来てほしいだけだ。
I give Ilya a straight answer. She stops breathing for a second, looking shocked. She's adorable. She's an adorable murder child. She gives me a buoyant smile and hugs my arm.
よし、ちょっとだけ待っててくれ、イリア。セイバーに話をつけてくれ。
I roll up my sleeves and stare at the front door.
いってらっしゃい、シロ。頑張ってね。
Ilya cheers me on with a wave. Here goes nothing. With encouragement like that, I need to do whatever it takes to convince Saber to approve this visit.
お断りします。
I mean, not quite how I stated it, but this would be how Saber would respond. And she shoots me down within 1 second.
いや、気持ちはわかる。セイバーの言いたいことはちゃんとわかってる。マスターを、しかもバーサーカーのマスターを自分の陣地にあげるなんて自殺行為だって言うんだろ。わかってる。そのあたりはちゃんとわかってるんだ。けど、それとは。
いいえ、シロは分かっていません。相手はあのイリアスフィールですよ。彼女ほどのマスターなら、この屋敷の欠点などいくらでもカンパできますし、結界を壊すことさえ容易でしょう。にもかかわらず、シロを自ら招き入れる。獅子心中の虫どころの話ではない。あなたは自ら毒薬を飲もうとしているのです。
That's an interesting analogy.
マスターを、しかもバーサーカーのマスターを自分の陣地にあげるなんて自殺行為だって言うんだろ。分かってる。そのあたりはちゃんと分かってるんだ。けど、それとは別で。いや、イリアは何もしないって約束したんだ。それにバーサーカーだって連れてないし、日が落ちるまでは戦わないって。今のイリアはただの女の子なんだから、そこまで目くじら立てることはないと思う。
Also, obviously, that should be 2 words.
性別など関係ありません。大体、シロは私に隠れてイリアスフィールと何をしていたのですか。 あなたは彼女に殺されかかったのですよ。だというのに気にかけるなど、人がいいというよりバカですか、あなたは。
けど話してみるとイリアだっていいやつだぞ。あの子は善悪をまだ知らないだけで、ちゃんといいことと悪いことを教えてあげればだな。
I love how small the text is when Shiro's talking right now.
甘い。アインツベルンのマスターの言葉を信じるというのですか、シローは。かの一族は聖杯を手に入れるためだけに存在するもの。約束など何事もなかったかのように破り捨てるに決まっています。
そんなことない。今のは言い過ぎだぞセイバー。イリアはイリアだ。アインツベルンがどんな奴らかは知らないが、一緒にして考えるな。
確かにその通りでした。シローの発言は正しい。
セイバー、それじゃあ。
まあ、あんな小声で主張されても説得力はありませんでしたが。
It's because of how angry she was. Is it wrong? Is it so wrong for me?
いいです。わかりました。今のままでは令状を使われかねませんから。シローが信じたイリアスフィールを私も信じるとしましょう。
セイバー。
ですが私は会いませんからね。イリアスフィールと対峙して私が冷静でいられるとは限りませんし、イリアスフィールとて私を前にしては身構えるでしょう。
ああ、そうだな。けどそれじゃあセイバーはどうするんだ？
以前使っていた客まで待機しています。万が一の時は駆けつけますから心配なさらずに。
うん、すまないセイバー。でもこれは
分かっています。あなたにキリツグと聖杯戦争の関係を話したのは私だ。ならばこうなることも覚悟しておくべきだったのです。
Saber sighs and goes off to the guest room. That makes sense. Saber was Kuretsugu's servant last time. I wouldn't be surprised if she realized Delia's relationship to Kuretsugu.
お邪魔しますって、ここがシローのお家なんだ。
Ilya enters the house timidly, despite her spirited greeting.
じゃあまずお茶にしよう。今に案内するからついてきてくれ。
あ、板張りの廊下だね。聞いてた通り、日本の建物だ。
Ilya gawks in every direction as she walks. Well, it must be pretty unusual for her since she lives in a castle.
はい、お茶。紅茶にしようと思ったんだが、それじゃ芸がないし、イリアのお城のものにはかなわないから日本茶にしといた。あ、苦かったら薄めるんで言ってくれ。
I hold out a second cup of hot water. I use the best green tea I have, so there shouldn't be any complaints about the flavor. It's just a matter of whether she prefers bitter or sweet tea.
ありがとうシロ。いただきます。
Ilya sits down properly and takes a nervous sip of the tea. Ilya freezes. Figures, I went out of my way, so maybe I should just make... I went out of my way, so maybe I should have just made her milk tea or something.
ごめん、苦かっただろ。入れ直すから無理しなくていいぞ。
そんなことないよ。結構なお手前でした。
Ilya bows and compliments me in a traditional manner. I wonder where she learned to do that. Then, little by little, she starts sipping the tea. I won't stop her if that's what she wants. Along with the tea, I present a collection of well-regarded Japanese sweets that we always have with tea. Once tea time is over, Ilya wants to explore the house.
別に面白いことなんてないぞ。
いいの、ただ見たいだけなんだから。魔術的な価値がないのは入った時に分かったし、シロは案内してくれるだけでいいよ。
And so, I take Ilya on a walking tour of the house, while she gives a running commentary.
思ったより狭いんだね。回廊のくせに片っぽはガラスだし、これじゃあ襲われた時に困るよ。
For instance,
これがシロの部屋？嘘よ。こんなとこに人なんて住めないんだから。
for instance,
ここが庭？日本の魔術師は大変ね。こんな猫の額ぐらいのガーデンじゃ何も育てられないじゃない。
for instance,
知ってる。ここ道場って言うんでしょ。おじいさまが言ってたもの。連中は裸足で触れ合う野蛮人だって。
well, your grandfather's racist. For instance,
いや、物置の中なんて見たくない。そういうところは使用人に任せておけばいいんだから。
for instance, she sure has a lot to say about it all. Still, it looks like she's having fun.
ねえ、次はまだあっちの方行ってないよ。早く行こうしろ。
She hurries me along.
はいはい。じゃあ次は裏側な。ここ数年使ってないから汚れてるけど気にしないでくれ。
Ilya runs down the hallway shouting excitedly. Damn, though. I don't know why she's so happy to be here, but that alone makes it worth the trouble. But in the middle of it, Ilya settles down and she looks through the rooms. Maybe she's and she just looks through the rooms. Maybe she's tired. Ilya goes through the rest of the house without saying a word. I give her the remainder of the tour, and then we're back, and then we're back in the living
で
room.
終わり。離れもあるんだけど、そっちは勘弁な。今はセイバーが寝てるから。
From behind, she looks dispirited.
そっか。これで全部なんだ。
エリア？どうした？疲れたのか？
うん。ちょっと疲れちゃった。だって、誰もいないんだもん。
When she turns to look at me, she looks like a little girl her age. She's just Ilya, not a master.
私、復讐に来たのに、その相手がもういないのって、悲しいね。
She murmurs to herself. Silent tears fall down her cheek.
あれ、おかしいな。私泣いてるみたい。怖いことも悲しいこともなかったのに。
Ilya
変
looks
だよ
sin-
ね。
Ilya looks sincerely puzzled. There's a reason, of course. The person she resented for years isn't here in this house. She came here with only vengeance and murder on her mind and missed her chance to achieve closure. Ilyasville von Einsburn. She has her reasons for wanting to kill me and Kuretsugu. And that would be...
行こうしろ。 そろそろ帰らないと日が暮れちゃう。夜になる前に別れないと戦いになっちゃうよ、私たち。
Ilya states that fact with a smile. What should I say to that?
そうだな。じゃあ公園まで送っていこうか。
シロ、ちゃんとレディーな扱い方分かってるじゃない。
Her smile is so innocent. Ilya runs to the door like nothing happened, her silver hair swaying. And that's the third time I said farewell to her. My footsteps feel heavy on the way home. I take my time, as if walking through the familiar town and streets for the first time. I have a lot to think about, and I've been made to realize just how important Ilya is to me.
俺はイリアを。
Fight each other as masters? Or shall I convince Ilya to quit this war?
とりわけマキリとアインツベルンの執念は深い。奴らの祈願は500年と1000年だ。
That's what Kodamine said. Is there a way to pull Ilya away from people who have been after the Holy Grail for such a long time? No, before even that. Right now, I don't know how to set her free from her desire for vengeance. I return to the Emiya house. The sunset bathes as the moon in twilight.
気を取り直していかないと。
I clap my cheeks and clear my mind. I have to deal with Ilya and Shinji eventually, but the top priority now is stopping Castor from attacking more people. I won't let the tragedy of 10 years ago repeat itself. That's why I decided to be a master at fight with Saber. Sakura's shoes are at the entrance. Given the time, she must be back from club practice.
ただいまってなんだ。さくら寝ちゃってるじゃないか。
I find Sakura sleeping in the living room. She must be tired from her club activities. She slumped over the table, or rather, lying nearly supine on the tatami floor. She must be exhausted.
風邪気味だって言うのに学校と部活。おまけにうちの手伝いだもんな。さくら、頑張りすぎだ。
I cross the living room, taking care not to wake her up. Then I bring a blanket from a bedroom.
毛布もかけないで寝たらまた風邪ひくぞ。
I gently drape it over her so as not to disturb her. And Sakura looks up dreamily at me, as if as if she isn't quite here. Something's different about her. It's like she isn't the Sakura I know, who laughs and helps me in the kitchen while wearing an apron. There's something almost erotic about her that I've never seen. Oh my God, Shiro, calm thy hormones!
さくら、毛布持ってきたけど。
I make excuses, failing utterly to hide how bothered I am. Suddenly, oh dear. Something like coils smoothly around my neck. She is close enough to me that I can feel her breathing. Her fingers caress my neck, and her feminine body fills my vision, meeting no resistance. I can't breathe properly nor form a sentence. Sakura isn't fully awake. Her drowsy, almost intoxicated gaze is proof enough. So I should put a stop to this right now and pull away from her. I can't take my eyes off her body. I watch the way her hair flows down her neck. I'm drawn in by the yearning and gasp escaping her lip, by her bosom straining against her shirt. God damn it, I need a squirt bottle or something. This guy gets way too horny. She went and grew up before I knew it, and now she's right in front of me. It's a dizzying sight. The hands around my neck grow a little firmer. Her face draws close. My will to resist slips away, captivated by those charming lips. My rational mind skids to a halt. Everything I forbid myself from thinking or noticing, all that boring, useless common sense crumbles away. My heart pounds a thunderous rhythm. The beat is so palpable, it's almost painful. I can't think anymore. I'll just...
Shiro, 帰ってきたのですか?
That's what I said. I leap into the air. With speed and agility, unlike anything I've ever achieved before, I stick the landing on the table. Artoria Pendragon, ultimate cock blocker.
素晴らしい動きです。しかしシロ、テーブルの上に乗るのはどうかと思うのですが。
そうだな。ちょっと気が動転してた。
I sheepishly get down from the table. As for Sakura, the arms she had around me are splayed out on the floor as she's fast asleep again.
シロ、顔が真っ赤ですが、何かあったのですか? 視線も落ち着かないようですし、気にかかることでも。
Nothing at all. That's definitely a banana in my pants.
別に何でもない。それより道場に場所を変えよう。さくらを寝かせといてやりたいし、夕飯まで手合わせしたい。
いい心がけです、シロ。昨日の休息で私の体調も万全ですし、今夜の戦いに備えるとしましょうか。
Saber goes off to the dojo without questioning my suspicious behavior. Anyway, I'm safe for now. Saber may not have noticed, but I'm glad that the situation didn't go on any further, because I couldn't have resisted on my own. That is, if I laid a hand on Sakura while she was half asleep, my guilt would drive me to kill myself right here, seriously.
けど先輩、稽古もいいですけど、ほどほどにしないとダメです。突き指でも大変なのに、指の骨が折れかかるなんて普通じゃないと思います。
さくら、もうちょっとゆっくり包帯巻いてくれ。頼む。
痛いのは当たり前です。こんな怪我してるのに放っておいたら腫れるに決まってるじゃないですか。これも天末と思って諦めてください。
I mean, can't really argue with that. Sakura takes my middle finger tightly. She does it skillfully. She probably sees there's a lot of sprained fingers in the Kyoto Club. Still, she could be gentler about it.
それに、セーバーさんもセーバーさんです。先輩より上手なら、もう少しやりようがあるんじゃないですか？先輩、体のところどころが腫れ上がってて、 これじゃお風呂にも入れません。
さくら、言葉を返しますが、それはシローが望んだことです。私はシローの要求に応えたに過ぎない。それに今夜の怪我はシローにも責任がある。自分から手合わせを願ったというのに集中力が全くなかったのですから。
Saber looks at me, displeased. I don't have any excuse for that.
先輩、気分でも悪かったんですか？その不確かな気持ちのまま道場に入るなんて先輩らしくないですよね。
全くです。一体何に気を取られていたのですか、シローは。竹刀を握っても見ているのは空ばかりで気迫が全く感じられなかった。
いや、それはその。
Sakura was on my mind, but obviously I can't say that. The memory alone is enough to speed up my heart.
先輩、まだ痛いところがあるんですか？
Worried, Sakura leans in slightly.
いや、もう大丈夫だ。食いすぎで胃がもたれただけだから、お茶でも入れてくれれば助かる。
I splutter and back away from Sakura.
そうですね。それじゃあ食後のお茶入れてきます。
Sakura stands out to go to the kitchen counter. That almost gave me a heart attack. The sight of her sleeping in the living room is still burned into my memory, so having her come so close makes me really self-conscious.
セイバーさん、お茶でいいですか？
はい、ぬるめでお願いします。
Sakura briskly makes tea. I should be used to seeing her from behind, but for some reason it feels so fresh. Damn it, where is my mind going? Saber's right, I've been acting off for a while. Just seeing Sakura is enough to remind me of her sleeping form earlier and those soft lips. Damn, I'm pathetic. She's precious family to me and someone who looks up to me. Why am I seeing her this way now? Shit. I know damn well why. Sakura's pretty. I've noticed that for a long time. But even knowing that, I've tried to interact with her and her alone and as her senpai. I like Sakura. Before I knew it, I started taking her presence for granted, and it gave me comfort. Not in a romantic sense, mind you. I've never wanted to be physically intimate with her. I know she's a girl, but I wasn't conscious of her as a member of the opposite sex. Except, it isn't because I don't think she is, but rather I was just trying not to see her that way.
先輩、どうぞお茶入りました。
ああ、サンキュー、さくら。
どういたしまして。先輩も夕食ご苦労様でした。
Sakura smiles happily. Just enough to cheer me up. Just that is enough to cheer me up. It seems like she really enjoyed the pork meatballs with grilled vegetables that I made for dinner. Sakura sets down Saber's cup of tea and returns to her seat at the table. Saber accepts the green tea, looking content to have tea after dinner.
いただきます。しかし、タイガはどうしたのでしょうね。ここのところ、彼女の姿はあまり見ませんが。
なあ、藤姉ならさっき連絡があって今夜は来れないって。詳しくは聞けなかったけど病院を回るとかなんとか言ってた。
Yeah, we know after the incident with Ryder, she would arrive like late to visit because she was visiting students. In the other routes, I mean.
そうですか。タイガはシローのくせに詳しいですから、もう少し話が聞きたかったのですが。仕方ありません。シローの強化は次の機会にするとしましょう。
もしかして昨日と今日の稽古はまだ序の口だったのかな。
Did you expect to be an expert in just 2 days?
当然です。今までの鍛錬は単に今のシロができることを体で知ってもらっただけですから。
Now once you hit that intermediate, that's when I'm going to start really beating the crap out of you.
シロの特性を生かした生存方法を考慮するのはこれからです。
そうか、ハードっぽいなそれ。
厳しいというのであれば厳しいですが、そもそも今までの鍛錬は準備運動に過ぎません。
That's pretty much what I said.
うわ、
Really? I don't know whether or not to be grateful to Fujini or if we're not coming over tonight.
何ですか今のため息は。シロ、これはあなたのためになることであって。さくら。
Saber looks at Sakura. Huh? I follow her gaze. Oh no. Sakura's breathing is labored.
さくら。
I rush over and grab her by the shoulders.
先輩、何でしょうか。
バカ、なんでしょうかじゃないだろう。お前また俺たちに黙って無理よ。
Actually, she isn't. Sakura's shoulders aren't warm, and she doesn't look tired. She just stares up at me, confused.
あれ、今そのさくらが苦しそうにしてたから。
いえ、違いますよ。私、ちょっと寝ちゃってただけです。
She chuckles sheepishly.
脅かすな。昨日の今日なんだ。風がぶり返したと思っただろ。
すみません。今日は一日中眠くて、気を抜くとまぶたが落ちちゃうんです。
そっか。まあ夕方も寝てたしな。疲れてるならもう休んでいいんだぞ。後片付けは俺がやっとくから。
そうですね。それじゃあお言葉に甘えて先に失礼させてもらいます。
Sakura gives me a slight bow of thanks and leaves the living room. She looks steady on her feet, so maybe she really didn't get enough sleep. So maybe she really just didn't get enough sleep last night. The moon wanes. A strong wind brings clouds that cover its pale brilliance. I step outside quietly to let Sakura rest. It's 10 p.m. We're starting our patrol early to make up for yesterday. After we beat Castor, I got complacent, and that led to more innocent casualties. If she's still alive and going after more civilians, I need to settle for good tonight. We go down the hill and arrive at the intersection. The question is where to go from here.
シロ、サーバントの気配です。
それ近いのかセイバ。
距離的には問題ありません。シロの足を考慮しても全力で追跡すれば5分ほどで追いつけます。マスター、指示を。
Saber's asking me whether we should pursue or observe the enemy. I don't even need to think about it.
先導してくれセイバ。
Saber starts running. It looks like she's headed east, towards the big bridge connecting Miyama and Shinto. The instant I step foot into the park, I'm assailed by a nauseating aura. The air feels tainted. A rotting odor reaches my nostrils. Just being here is enough to turn my stomach. Light dizziness and a discomfort in my throat tears at my consciousness.
シロ、あれを。
I fight down the nausea and look across the park. There I see
ヘミヤ君？
Tosaka and Archer, their backs to us, and
どうやら新手が来たようじゃな。
that old man, Zokan Mato. One look is enough to understand the situation. Tosaka and Zokan are fighting. Dozens of small, indistinct things are scattering at Tosaka's feet. Several times their number surround Archer. Zokan must be using some kind of magecraft to attack them.
おう、誰かと思えばセーバーのマスターか。いやはや、これはしたり。助っ人を用意しておくとは当社の娘にしては頭が回る。
そんなわけないでしょ。あんたを押さえつけて白状させるのなんて私とアーチャーだけで十分よ。あそこにいるのはただの観客。私とは関係ないんだから。
Tosaka said is focused on Zokan, not paying us a second thought. Or so I expected.
あんた何やってんのよ。こんな時にやってくるなんて死にたいの？
She hisses as a fresh round of complaints at me.
シロ。
分かってる。今は遠坂たちと争ってる場合じゃない。
I feel danger from the old man, just as Tosaka won't, just as Tosaka won't take her eyes off him. He's a monster that lives off human blood, a descendant of the Makiris trying to acquire the Holy Grail, and the person who made Shinji into a master. I can't just stand aside and let this fight play out.
隠しておきたかったが仕方あるまい。わしとてサーバントを2体敵に回しては生き残れんからの。
The cane in his hand rings out. With a thud, he plants his arcane-looking cane onto the brick ground. And instantly, something that should be dead appears to defend the old man. That doesn't look right to me. I mean, yes, when she's got the hood up, we don't see her entire face. But we're not seeing any of the face here.
キャスター。くそ。本当にまだ残っていやがったのか。
シロ、下がって。あれはキャスターですが、キャスターではありません。外装能力はそのままですが、意志である魂を感じない。あれはキャスターの死骸を別のもので補っただけの模造品です。
That's disturbing. Saber steps forward, invisible sword at the ready.
ほう、さすがはセーバー。一目でわしのからくりを見抜きおったが、いやはや、これでは信じ程度のライダーがかなわんのも道理。キャスターもなすすべなくお主に敗れたように、そこのアーチャーとてお主の敵ではあるまい。
向上はそれだけか。我らを図った罪だけではない。敵同士とはいえ、キャスターとてサーバントに選ばれた英霊だ。その亡骸をもてあそぶからには相応の覚悟があるのだろうな。
さて、わしは使われなくなったものを拾っただけよ。それを下道というのなら構わんがな、セイバー。それではお主の行く末はその下道にも戻ってしまうぞ。
Please don't elaborate. I would prefer it if you just drop dead right now.
何しろその身は最高のサーバント。ならばこのようなムクロよりお主を屈服させるが最上じゃ。その体を我が虫どもに食わせ、 そこなムクロと同じ命運をたどらせよ。
貴様。
何を憤る。所詮サーバントなど主の道具、どのように刺激するかなど問題ではあるまい。霊樹で縛られるも死してなお使われるも同じならば、心ない人形と化すがうぬらのためであろう。
Same thing. That's not the same thing at all. Both servants charge. As if in unspoken agreement, Saber and Archer race forward to cut down the cackling fiend. Two bladed gusts descend upon Castor. The result is obvious from the start. Castor can't beat Saber. Even if Zokan pulls her strings, her disadvantage is still clear. Unscathed by Castor's magecraft, Saber finishes off her opponent for the second time. The dead servant's husk collapses. Saber stands over Castor's remains, observing her final moments. She makes absolutely sure that Castor is gone, back from when she came, so that her corpse will never be misused by a mortal mage. That's Tosaka's voice. I turn to see that Zokan has disappeared. He must have sacrificed Castor as a distraction to aid his escape. But... Saber saw it coming and was ready for Castor. Archer was never after Castor to begin with. He was focused on her puppeteer instead. Good on Archer, but I am going to take a bio break. Give me a bit. All right, I'm back. Without hesitation, he cleaves through Zokan's body. Zokan's upper body crumbles to the ground. I hear a slithering sound. Ew! The old man, missing his body from the waist down, slithers along the ground, leaking some gruesome substance.
終わりだ、魔術師。過去からの経験でな、お前のような妖物は早めに処理することにしている。
Archer's short swords cut upwards in a second arc. That'll finish Zokan. No matter how immortal he is, he'll die if he crushes his head. He was already on the verge of death anyway. Without natural healing abilities like those of a servant, severe wounds hasten his death by the second. Archer goes for the killing blow to make absolutely certain the mage is dead. No, he tries to, but he freezes in his tracks. Archer isn't the only one who senses it. Everybody here does. Tosaka and Saber, Archer and I. Even the dying Zokan trembles in astonishment and at the sudden appearance. The park becomes inky black. The damp air freezes over instantly. Even my pounding heart begins to slow. Something bad is nearby. I have to run. I can't be around it. My body understands this even better than my brain, but it rejects my commands to flee. It knows that running is futile. It rules out escape as an option because there's no getting away once you run into that thing. I tremble. My paralyzed neck begins to move. My eyes track to the park entrance. There, high, stands a shadow. Space twists. I'd like to believe that I'm just hallucinating, that I'm losing my grip on reality due to extreme distress. Whatever that is, I've never seen anything like it. The shadow stands there, upright and ethereal. It seems light enough to be blown away by a breeze, but its gravity is more commanding than anything else here. It has no intellect, no reason, and isn't even a living creature. The black shadow stays where it is, piercing the night like a skyscraper. And for some reason, I find the sight nostalgic.
Alien.
I hear a hoarse, wizened voice. The only person who manages to talk is the dying old man.
Alien.
He crawls away, wailing. Zokomato flees from Archer's sword and leaves the park as fast as he can. It isn't because he had stamina to spare. It's simple. His wholehearted fear of the sinister shadow was enough to whip his wasted carcass into action. Nobody can move. Tosaka and I tremble. Saber and Archer are frozen still, as if mesmerized by something. It's a monster of the deep sea. In the completely stopped, silent world, only the shadow sways. And for the first time, no! It shows signs of having a will. It has no eyes, no limbs, no body. Yet the shadow stretches out from. Yet a shadow stretches out from its feet. It casts a long shade under the moonlight. Slowly, it turns to point at Tosaka, like a snake that just discovered prey. Tosaka can't move. She hasn't noticed the change in the shadow. Saber is too far. Archer starts running. The shadow stretches. Suddenly, without warning, it covers dozens of meters. I frantically shove her aside. I can't hear her voice. The instant I push Tosaka, something incomprehensible swallows me. I hear a splash and feel something crushing my body. So my hunch wasn't wrong. A torrent of liquid, like having a dump truck emptied on me, submerges me from head to toe. In a deep ocean. I'm in a deep ocean now. But it's hot. This is way too hot for seawater. It's boiling cold water. It's boiling coal tar. It's sticking to my skin and shutting me off from my basic life functions. Rather than being underwater, it's like I feel nauseous, repulsed. I feel nauseous, repulsed, nauseous, repulsed, no. At the voice, I open my eyes. My body feels hot. The nausea won't go away. My head feels woozy, and I can't even stand up on my own.
目が覚めた？大丈夫？私がわかる？
I feel someone slapping my cheeks.
こんな時に人を平手打ちすんのは間違いなく遠坂だ。
よかった。減らず口を言えるなら大丈夫ね。
I wasn't trying to be flippant, and it's just how I feel.
バカ、何笑ってるのよ。言っとくけど礼は言わないわよ。あんな真似は二度としないで。助けてもらった相手に死なれたら借りを返すこともできなくなる。
She shoots me a glare. Even so, Tosaka has one hand supporting my back, while the other is holding my hand as if to check my temperature.
変なのはどうした？
消えたわ。エミヤくんが影の上に立って倒れたと思ったらもういなかった。あれ自身はあっちの方からやってきたみたいだけど。
Tosaka looks to the southern sky. No, the southwest, and grinds her teeth.
そうか。けど俺、随分と長く変なのに絡まってた気がするんだけど。
本当？あなたが私を突き飛ばしてから今まで10秒も経ってないわよ。その証拠にほら。シロ。
Saber comes running.
あなたは無茶な真似をして。
Saber supports me on her shoulder and takes me from Tosaka.
アーチャーのマスター。それ以上我がマスターに近寄るのなら敵対行為とみなします。
何？もしかして私も敵？
当然でしょう。あなたはマスターでありアーチャーを連れている。何のつもりでシローがあなたをかばったかは知りませんが、みすみす我が主に近づかせることはできない。
Saber glares at Tosaka. Oh no, come to think of it, I never updated Saber on the situation.
違うんだ、セイバー。遠坂とは今休戦中でキャスターを倒すまで。
シロー、しっかり気をつけて。
だから遠坂は敵じゃない。そういう約束なんだ。
わかりました。あなたがそう言うのなら彼女とは争いません。
悪い。正直もう喋れない。
I desperately cling to my consciousness as my mind strains under chills and nausea. I can pass out once I get home. Until then, I need to keep my mind together, at least.
助かったか。ま、本体に触れたわけでもなし、実体のあるものなら怒りを移された程度だろう。
Archer comes over. His expression is neutral, even though he let Zoken escape. He's the calmest one here.
アーチャー、あなたは今の影が何者か知っているのですか？
さてな。だが、これで一つはっきりした。キャスター亡き後、町の人間から魔力を吸い上げているのは今の影だろうよ。
Archer sounds indifferent. Then he directs his attention to me on the ground.
どうやら支援を優先できる状況ではなくなったようだ。そうだろ、エミヤシロ。あれが何であるかはお前の直感が正しい。サーバントとして召喚されたというのに、結局はあれの相手をさせられるというわけだ。
アーチャー、あなたは一体。
そうか、君はまだ守護者ではなかったな。ではあの手の類と対峙したことはなかろう。まったくいずこにいようとやることに変わりがないとはな。
Excuse me? There are more of those things? The Red Knight leaves, beckoning Tosaka to go with him. But before he does...
いや、そう悲観したものではないか。まだことは起きていない。後始末にとどまるか、その前に型をつけるのか。今回は摘み取れる可能性がまだ残されているのだから。
He murmurs, gazing up at the stars. The flickering repeats. Fever permeates my body, and I can't feel myself walking. Someone said something about catching a fever. It feels like mosquitoes carrying fever are spreading through my body and swarming around my fingertips. In my daze, I can't distinguish dreams from reality. It's like I'm already asleep and trying my damnedest to escape from the dream back to my bedroom.
さくら、睡眠中ではなかったのですか？
どいてください。そんな支え方じゃ先輩が辛くなる。
いえ、これは私が任されたことです。それに、何らかの病だとしたら、あなたにまで移ってしまう。
そんなことを言ってるんじゃありません。セイバーさん、あなたと先輩が何をしているのかは知りません。聞いても答えてもらえないことだって分かっていますから、問いただすこともしませんでした。けど、あなたが来てから先輩は毎日辛そうでした。それだけならよかったのに、今夜は怪我をして帰ってきたんです。
さくら、それは。
セイバーさんの事情は知りません。けど、もう少しうまいやり方があるんじゃないですか。それができないって言うなら、せめて先輩を巻き込むのはやめてください。
I'm brought back to my room. Someone's next to me, putting me to bed, I think. I think they whispered into my ear, but I couldn't make it out. Did they say they were reckless? Did they apologize to me? Anyway, that's the last thing I heard. My consciousness starts to fade as soon as I lie down. Everything I see squirms like worms until I pass out. Oh boy, another interlude. Where's this one gonna go?
んじゃ、まったね。明日こそ遅刻しないでよ。
She sees her friend off, and an odd timber in her farewell. No one else is around, and the traffic circle is completely still. Did her friend take her last taxi home, or are they all occupied? Wait, is this the scene that I think it is? I thought this came later, if that's the case. In any case, the park in front of the train station, usually well lit and filled with loiterers, is cold and lifeless. Just in case, I'm going to give a warning here. If you guys are squeamish, please cover your eyes or something.
ま、こんな日もあるか。
Well, I say that, but you don't actually see what happens. It's just a description. She walks home tipsy. She doesn't mind that the last train already left, nor that there aren't any taxis nearby. Her apartment is just around the corner. She's used to going home alone after seeing her friend who was in the town three train stops away. She walks through the middle of the roundabout, abandoned even though it isn't midnight yet, and takes the path home in high spirits. And yet, when did it all stop being just another night? An empty city, a back alley the light doesn't reach, the cold creeping out of the shadows, some formless anxiety grates away her composure.
ちょっと誰かいるの？
She turns around. Her follower is silent and her follower is a silent, unfriendly shadow. She quickens her walk. She begins to think it's dangerous to be here. She doesn't think she's overreacting. She doesn't feel anyone following her. To begin with, her instincts aren't good enough to sense danger, even if someone was stalking her. She's just a normal, decent city dweller.
ちょっと何よこれ。
And yet she suddenly begins to tremble. The unpleasant feeling intensifies. This is just like that one time when she was a child, when she woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't move. It feels like the anxiety of having the entire world reject her. Like the night when she thought someone was lurking in the corner of her bedroom. She couldn't even get up and go to the bathroom and pretended to sleep until morning. Before she knows it, she's jogging. This isn't her usual route home. The path before her is dangerous. Either path is pitch black. Relying on the same intuition that told her she was in danger, she finds herself nearly stumbling as she runs towards safety. When did the jog become a headlong sprint? She knows it isn't. She knows that it's comical to be so afraid of something she can't even see, but she can't stop. She scrambles down the street like a mad dog. It's strange how her throat is parched, and yet she isn't sweating at all. The city at night, a string of unexplained accidents. She tells herself that the rumor has never mentioned anything about a slasher. There's no one else around. Tonight of all nights, the streets are empty. Does no one really care? It feels like she's in an imitation of the city she knows so well, a place where no one will ever find her. At last, she comes to the end of the line.
どうして？
Why did she come here?
何してんだろう私。
It's so hilarious. Her belly laughs because it's funny. Her throat feels like it belongs to someone else. All she did was run. She thought that there would be no going back if she took the normal way home. So she chose a different route that would take her to a safe place. And now... Finally, she realizes that there was never any escape to begin with. Just as something can jump at you out of the grass, other things can pounce at you from trees and branches. At first, it drops on her head. Yeah, this is the scene. Nobody hears her scream. Her body hits the pavement. There's a sharp pain in her ankles. It hurts so bad that it must be a joke. Like she's lost everything from the heel down. That can't possibly be true, so she tries wiggling her fingers, only to find that she can't feel anything. Instead, something is burrowing into the part of her that's missing. With bloody but still functioning eyes, she looks to see what it is. Wow, really? But she can't see it anymore. All she knows is that something she doesn't understand is gathering in her body. For some reason, her eyes can't process what they see. The worms wriggle their way inside. When she was a child, she once saw a bathtub sponge infested by maggots. This looks just like that. A closer image would be inchworm squirming in an apple's holes. The realistic images don't line up with the event and unfolding before her eyes. After all, this can't be happening. Not to her. It'll be midnight soon. I need to get home, fill up the bath. Ouch. Laugh about all the stuff that happened today. It hurts. And while I dry my hair, it hurts. I'll catch up on all the shows as I've recorded. Go back to my room. Set my alarm. I want to go home. Wake up in the morning and go home. Ow, go to work. Eek. Need to go home. Go home. The tragedy ends in less than 5 minutes. It was a gruesome scene that might be described as a meal, if one were to find a meal as simple acquisition of nutrition. The fallen thing rises. What was once a woman can now only be described as a wizened old man. A hoarse voice rasps. The swarm of insects is gone. Having finished their meal, they return to their nest inside the aged body. In other words, they hollowed out the inside of the woman and turned it into their own. Something witnessed it happen up above. A mismatched white fate floats in the gap between the tree branches. It is a mask that made a human skull made of a human skull locked in a gesture smile. Its owner, of course, the seventh servant who killed Lancer, assassin, the masterless heroic spirit born of a from a false servant.
先ほどの体も元より借り物だったということか。はあ、見ておったのか、アサシン。そうよ。 わしの肉体はとうの昔に滅び去っておる。こうしてすでに出来上がっている体に寄生するだけの老いぼれでな。他の者どものように日の元に出られる体ではない。
The cackling comes from none other than Zokanmato. It took him only 1 minute to attack and take over the woman. No matter how impressive of a mage he is, the speed of the act was abnormal.
元の体などどうでもよい。単に一人分の肉が必要なだけなのだな。そうして得た肉を好みの形に作り上げるわけか。どのみち中身は虫どもなのだ。人間としての機能は虫どもが果たす。まさに擬態よな。ほほう、わずか1日で饒舌になったではないか、アサシン。その様では己が望みを思い出したか。無論我は同じ望みを持つ召喚者にのみ呼び出される。魔術師殿の不死への渇望が好みを招いたのだ。故に私が望むは永遠のみ。だが
The black shadow sways. The expressionless skull mask eyes the old mage dubiously.
いささか疑問が生じた。魔術師殿はすでに不死。その年月も500を超えよう。ならば望みはとうにかなっているのではないか。
The old man's shoulders tremble as he raises his voice. Who can tell whether his laugh is one of joy or rage? Indeed, Zokan is nearly immortal. With a body like that of a nest, he will continue to live as long as his soul's vessel remains intact. But it is a life of agony. Zokan does not maintain this old man's form out of preference. He has transformed it into something inhuman, masquerading as a man. There are limits to his magecraft. It is not unlike a machine. Even if perpetual operation is possible in theory, his parts will still suffer from wear. Parts ruts, cogs fail to align, programming cognition fails to keep up with the evolving times.
わしは不死ではないぞ、アサシン。わしの体は腐る。何度新しい肉体を得ようと腐る。何をしようと腐っていくのだ。この新しい肉体とてすでに腐敗が始まっている。生きたまま自身が腐っていくこの不快と屈辱。自らが人ではなく虫なのだと受け入れる絶望といえば分かってもらえるかな。なぜ腐る？虫どもでは真っ当な肉体を作れないのか。そのようなことはないぞ。虫どもは生きがいいからな。肉体面では何の問題もない。元より老いる体を憂い適正体となった身だ。肉体面の防備に抜かりはなかった。わしは永遠に生き続ける方法、人間としてとどまれる方式としてこの延命法を選んだつもりじゃ。ますますわからぬな。完全な肉体維持を選んでおいてその始末なのか。そもそもなぜ外見を老人に模す。肉を粘土のようにこねるのならいかようにも姿は変えられよう。良い質問じゃ。ではトーンが元の肉体を完全に失った者が自らの力だけでかつての自分を復元するとしよう。その場合肉体を元の形に戻す者は肉体は己の肉体を記録している。肌がそげ、 肉が落ちようとかつての姿に戻るのは肉体そのものに設計図があるからだ。
その場合、肉体を元の形に戻すものは何だと思う？遺伝子に記録された構成図じゃな。だがわしの場合は違う。そも自身の構成を記録していた肉体そのものを失ったのだ。設計図をもって肉体を復元することはできん。
In other words, he can't heal. Not normally.
その場合、自己を覚え元通りの形にするものは何だと思うね。
The answer is obvious. His soul. The soul is a memory of the world itself, a record of a body bound by the physical realm, laws of the flesh, but existing on a higher plane, belonging to a concept known as the astral realm. Yes, as long as the soul is intact, it could be possible to restore one's past self, even after the loss of one's body, one's genes, even one's very cells. Meaning that this old mage...
自身の魂だけを生かし、肉体は生きている者たちから摂取する。それが魔術師殿の不死の正体か。故に他の姿にはなれない。魔術師殿が存命させているものは肉体ではなく魂。故に魂以外の姿は形作れないと。
当然であろう。わしとて好き好んで老人の体を得ているわけではないわ。よいか、わしはこの姿しか作れんのだ。それも定期的に変えねば腐り落ちる不出来なものよ。かつては一度の取り替えで54年活動したわしが、今では数ヶ月に一度取り替えねば存命できぬ。その歪小さ、腐敗する苦しみが誰に理解できようか。間違えるな今代のアサシンよ。そのようなものを二度と不死と称するでない。
Frustration tinges the old man's voice. It has been 3 days since Assassin was summoned. The killer finally knows who his summoner is.
つまり、腐っているのは肉体ではなく、
そう、魂が腐っておる。時間の蓄積は幽体にさえ影響を及ぼすのだ。故にわしの体は腐る。構成図である魂が腐っていては、肉体が腐り落ちるのも当然であろう。
故に聖杯を求めるか。憤るわけよな。その永遠、生地永久を知らぬ者よりつらかろう。
そうだとも。わしの体は腐るのだ。その苦しみ、骨の髄まで侵す毒から解放されねばならん。そのための聖杯、そのための死なない体よ。そうだ、わしは死にたくない。まだ生きていたい。この世から消えてなくなるなど考えるだに恐ろしい。
Die.
それから逃れるために何百年と生き、腐敗から逃れるために何千という肉を食らい続けた。わかるか、山の主よ。わしはこの虫と化した自身が恨めし、わしだけが腐ることが恨めし、人として当然のように正しい肉体を授かる虫どもが恨めしいのだ。
White Mask gazes down at the oozing, festering old man. He has made very clear how much he despises humans living peaceful lives. He has recounted how his very effort to escape that peace has caused him great suffering. The mage is the cause of his own pain, of his perpetual state of decomposition and melting his skin, festering his meat, and sundering his bone and as long as he lives. However, his suffering has become a problem too great to be resolved by merely assigning blame. Morality and causality are no longer relevant. At any rate, one can speculate that Zoken Mato has long lost sight of his goal. An ordinary man could not withstand the pain and terror of Zoken's bodily decay for even an hour. No, it would not be possible, no matter how stout one's spirit. One would die first. After a mere hour of decay, the body would die. Now imagine 200 years of this ordeal. Only the old man could possibly know how much a human mind would deteriorate after so many years of endless decay. Zoken abandoned his humanity long ago. Even if he were still sane, one could conclude that he had lost his way from the moment his mentality became incomprehensible to any human on Earth.
数百年の妄念か。私には理解できぬが。
The old mage's ramblings can be summed up in a single sentence. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. This man simply does not wish to die. That alone describes how clear an idea Zoken has of an otherwise vague conviction that any other man might have. In clinging to that simple, foolish wish, he has sacrificed a great many people. In sowing seeds to help him acquire the Holy Grail, he has created even more victims. No. The old mage's very existence is founded on the sacrifice of others. To the masked assassin, that is a motivation worthy of his service.
理解できぬが、魔術師どもはこの私のマスターにふさわしい。よかろう。人として扱われなかった者同士、共に永遠を目指すとしよう。
The skull will serve. His bleach white head drips in respect to the rotting old mage. When I first read that scene like years ago, it made me squirm. Like, really, that scene made me uncomfortable. February 7th. Delight. Hey, Abso, welcome to the stream. How's your day? Or daylight. Not delight. It's morning. It's after 7 o'clock. The weather is nice outside and bright white sunlight pours in. I get up and stretch my back. Physically, I feel well. I can move my limbs easily and there's no trace of any headache. I feel great waking up today, as if the horror of last night never happened. I sigh and think back to what happened. Even if I was reliving what happened 10 years ago, I really need to train more if I can to remember anything that happened. My memories and collapsing in the park are vague. All I remember is leaning on Saber's shoulder and being put to bed. I get out of bed and quickly change into my school uniform. Saber seems like she's still asleep, so I'll go to have breakfast. It's already 7, so I should go see if Sakura's in the living room.
Senpai.
In the living room, I find Sakura holding her school bag. Breakfast is ready. The table is neatly arranged and ready for us to start dining right away.
あれ、朝飯もう支度できてるんだ。
はい。時間があったので、先輩とセイバーさんの分を作っておきました。
俺とセイバーの分ってさくらのは？
私はいいです。先に学校に行ってますから、お二人で朝食をとってください。
No, 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 no. You need to eat.
どうしたんだよさくら。俺たちの朝飯作っておいて自分だけ食べないなんて変だぞ。もしかして昨日何かあったのか？
Sounds like I was on the mark. But I can't think of anything from yesterday's events that would apply. After dinner last night, Sakura went back to her room, and that was the last time I saw her. After that, I think something happened, but the thought gives me so much nausea that I can't remember.
そういえばここでさくらとセイバーがなんか話してた気がする。よく聞こえなかったんだけど。
私、ひどいことを言っちゃったんです。先輩が倒れかけているのを見て、ついカッとなっちゃって。
そういえばここでさくらとセイバーがなんか話してた気がする。よく聞こえなかったんだけど、その時何かあったのか？ひどいことってセイバーに？
はい。けど私にだってそんなこと言える資格なんてなかった。だから今はセイバーさんに合わせる顔がなくて、それで。
That's why she made breakfast for 2 and is trying to leave before she runs into Saber.
すみません先輩。あの後すぐ自分のバカさ加減に気づいてセイバーさんに謝ったんです。そしたらセイバーさん、私に謝ってくるんです。私が悪いのに自分の不注意だったって。
Sakura hangs her head, looking ashamed. I see. If you apologize to someone and they end up looking back to you, apologizing back to you, that would make you feel even worse.
バカだな二人とも。一番悪いのは怪我をした俺だろ。さくらもセイバーもそんなことで喧嘩することなかったんだ。
でも先輩、私セイバーさんに。
いいんだって言っとくけどな。あいつは相手に火があったら絶対に折れないぞ。さくらの言い分が無茶苦茶だったら怒鳴り返してくれる。そのあいつが謝るってことはさくらの言い分を認めてるってことだ。セイバーは口にしないだろうけどさくらのこときっと好きだぞ。基本的に一生懸命やってるやつを大切にするんだよあいつは。
けどならなおのこと今朝は遠慮します。セイバーさんが怒ってくれなかった分ちゃんと自分で叱らないと調子に乗っちゃいますから。
Sakura laughs bashfully and gives me a modest bow. Looks like her mind is set on leaving for school early.
さくらがそう言うんなら無理には止めないけど、こんな早く学校に行ってどうするんだ？朝練。
大丈夫。道場のお掃除をするだけですから。セイバーさんにあんなこと言っちゃったんですから、罰として弓道場の床を雑巾がけするんです。
さくらがそう言うんなら無理には止めないけど、こんな早く学校に行ってどうするんだ？ 朝練禁止されてるだろ。
Sakura bids me farewell and leaves the living room.
そうして。冬場の雑巾がけはきついぞ、さくら。
She knows that as well as I do, though, which is probably why she said it. I wonder what she said to pick a fight with Saber. If she thinks she has to do such an unenviable task to make up for it.
私とさくらが喧嘩ですか？
ね、あ、いや、したんじゃないのか。さくら、セイバーに悪かったって言ってたけど。
言われてみれば確かにそのように見えたかもしれませんが、しかしあれはさくらが正しいのであって、口論というよりは私の不徳を注意してもらったという方が。
Wow. Saber's grumbling at herself. Not that it does a thing to stop her chopstick from delivering bite after bite of food to her mouth.
いや、変なこと言って悪かった。さくらがすごく気にしてたから、こっちも気になっただけなんだ。なんでもないんなら忘れてくれ。
はあ、さくらといいシロといい、昨夜から同じことを言うのですね。実は二人揃って私をからかっているのではありませんか？
そんな手の込んだ冗談するか。そんなことして俺とさくらに何の得があるってんだよ。
Actually, I'm terrified of pranking Saber and being found out.
それはそうですね。では単に二人とも互いを気遣っての行為だったわけですか。
Saber muses as she ingests an omelet. It's good to be a glutton in the morning. Mm-hmm.
けど、なんて言ったんだよ、さくらは。生半可なことじゃそこまで落ち込まないし、そのあたり聞いてもいいかな、セイバー。
それは単に私のサーバントとしての力不足についてです。要約すれば、白を守りきれなかったのは私の未熟さだったと。
What the?
セイバーは十分すぎるぐらいやってくれてる。
For some reason, I clicked out of the game.
ゆうべだって俺が勝手に倒れただけだろ。セイバーが気に病むことじゃない。
それはそうなのですが、とにかくさくらの忠告は正しかった。問題はそれにうなずくことのできない私自身です。さくらに何と言われようと私は、あなたというマスターをこれからも戦いに赴かせるのですから。
Saber looks away uncomfortably. Hmm? I mean, it's strange. Why is Saber getting so worked up over something that we already mutually agreed on?
がなく、不審に感じた住民が周囲の住宅の調査を要請したところ、
The news is on TV. I turned on the TV while eating, and it's showing a story about last night's events.
発見された体調不良者は30名に及び、直ちに病院に運ばれました。今月に入ってから7件目の昏睡事件ですが、診察の結果はやはり何らかの食中毒に近いと。
That's a lot of food poisoning. I finish breakfast and get ready for school. I'm going to school to see Tosaka. I need to discuss what happened last night with her, about Zoken and that black
警
shadow.
察では宮山南4丁目一帯に被害が拡大したことから、何らかの薬物が散布された可能性が高いと。
Miyama South 4 Chome. Tosaka was glaring in that direction last night. Archer said that the shadow was causing the comas. 30 unconscious people. I've experienced for myself what that was like. Like Castor, the shadow lurks in the dark and sucks magical energy from people around town. No, it's more than just sucking. Castor had a gentle touch compared to that thing. She cleverly made sure to harvest energy from people in a repeatable, painless way. Like drawing blood through a syringe, to use a metaphor. This is nothing like that. Castor may have only drawn blood, but that thing I saw last night feasts on its victims. The shadow, though, has no mind or mercy. It only cares about devouring its victims' magical energy, mind and all.
学校に行く前に話がある。
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
Saber heard what they said on the news too. She probably knows that what I'm about to say, but she quietly waits for me to continue as always.
今後の方針のことだ。セイバーも昨夜のあれを見ただろう。
はい。どのような幻想種にも該当しない見たことのないものでした。
あれが何であるかはわからない。ただあいつはあいつで俺たちの敵だ。マスターにもサーバントにも見えなかったけど意図的に俺や遠坂を狙ってきたし、町の住人からも魔力を集めている。なら
当面はあの影の探索を優先するということですか？マスターともサーバントとも取れぬ私たちには関わりのないものの相手をすると。
Saber gives me a hard stare. Her goal is to obtain the Holy Grail, and I'm asking her to help me with an irrelevant objective. Of course she'd be against it, but still.
あの影を放っておけない。これは聖杯戦争より優先すべきことだと思う。
Saber watches me silently for a moment. The deafening silence makes me hold my breath.
まったくそう来ると思っていました。私としてはあの影には関わりたくないのですが。
セイバー、本当にいいのか？
いいも悪いも私が断ったところでシローは一人で行動するではないですか。
I mean, guilty.
そうなった時あなたを守りきれねば本末転倒です。あなたに死なれては私はこの世にとどまれません。ですからたとえ反対であったとしてもシローの方針に従うしかないのです。
それはそうだけど。
それにあなたを一人にしては昨夜のような無茶をいつしでかすか。あれで2度目ですからね。3度目だって必ずあります。そんなことになったら私はまたさくらに謝らねばならなくなる。
What I'm saying, Shiro, is you're a fucking idiot with no preservation instincts.
じゃあ
誠に不本意ですがサーバントは主の命に従うもの。マスターであるシローがそう判断したのなら剣は預けます。
セイバ
ーですがシロー、あの影は尋常な相手ではない。あれに比べればバーサーカーとて御しやすい相手でしょう。
ああ、それは肌で感じた。あいつは強いとか弱いとかいう次元の話じゃなくてただ不吉だった。殴れば倒せるって相手でもないと思う。
それが分かっているのなら私からは何もありません。ただシロー、あれの相手をするということは最も困難な道を行くということ。それを今から胸に刻んでおいてください。
That means more experience, baby. Let's go for it.
いや、そりゃ用心はするけど、なんだよ変なこと言って。セイバーもアーチャーみたいに あの影を知ってるのか？
いいえ、私もシロと同じです。あの影が何者なのかはわからない。
Saber averts her gaze. Then, as if uttering an ominous premonition she just had,
漠然と感じたのです。あれは良くない星そのものだと。それこそ関わったもの全てに破滅をもたらす逃れようのない茨のような。
she leaves me with that.
それじゃあホームルーム始めるわよ。日直よろしくって相川くんは休みで相物さんも休み。じゃあ張り切って先生がやっちゃおっかな。みんな起立。
Homeroom begins. More students are absent than yesterday, and the classroom feels less lively. Not just our classroom, actually. The entire school feels muted. Fujini moves homeroom along in a breezy tone, but but even she doesn't look as upbeat as usual.
じゃそういうわけで放課後の部活動は禁止ね。連絡事項は以上。ちなみに1次元目の久月先生はお休みだから自習。プリントは持ってきてあげたからみんなはこのまま教室で缶詰ってなさい。
And by that we mean he's fucking dead! The room collectively celebrates and begins to move desks around in a clatter. Fujini is just going to let us do our work sheets at our own pace, meaning we can do whatever we want as long as we stay in the room, but...
シロ、ちゃちゃ。
Why is she waving me over in the hallway in such an obviously suspicious manner?
なんだよ節ね。授業中だぞ今。
そうなんだけどね。ほら、朝そっちに顔出せなかったでしょ。それで不安になっちゃって、シロは元気かなーって。
なんだよいきなり。不安って何が不安なんだ？
それがよくわからない。虫の知らせっていうの？
Good intuition.
昔っからさ、こうチクチク来る時があったんだけど、その後って決まってシロが車にひかれたり橋から落ちたりしたの。だからシロ元気かなって。
God damn, that's good intuition.
そんなの全然普通じゃんか。それで危ないってんなら今までずっと危なかったよ俺は。
そうなんだけどね。なんか気になるんだ。こう一緒に乗らなくちゃいけない電車があるのにシロだけホームに残っちゃってバイバーイって手を振ってるみたいな、そんな感じ？
具体的な例えだけどそこで目が覚めたってこと？
あ、わかっちゃった？お姉ちゃんおかげで寝坊しちゃったんだよ。
I'm kind of amazed. So she didn't come over because she overslept. No other reason. Okay, that's very Fujini, so I'll allow it.
心配無用。こっちはいつも通りだよ。藤姉こそ目にクマできてるぞ。寝不足なの夢の中だけじゃないんじゃないか？
まあね。昨日も忙しくて今日も忙しくなりそうよ。しばらく残業続きになりそうだからシロのところには行けなくなると思う。悔しいけど私のご飯は作らなくていいや。話はそれだけ。プリントちゃんとやっときなさい。シロ、現代社会の成績悪いんだから気合い入れないと赤点取っちゃうわよ。
Modern society. What kind of subject is that? Like, isn't what we had in high school life studies? Fujini gives me a casual wave goodbye and
返
leaves.
事はいいって、まあ助かるけど。
I feel a little let down and less motivated. It's a hollow feeling, like my regular life has disappeared.
そうね、エミヤ君の意見には賛成する。私もあの影は見過ごせない。どこの魔術師だか知らないけど、私の土地で好き放題やってくれてるんだから。
じゃあ休戦条約はまだ続けていいってことか。
当然でしょ。あの影を排除するまで余裕ないんじゃない？お互い。
The conversation wraps up smoothly. When lunch break started, I went to Osaka's Class A and brought her to the roof. Then I kicked things off by suggesting that we should do something about the shadow, but Tosaka turned out to be even more determined than I
そ
am.
れじゃあどうする？今夜から一緒に巡回するとか、手分けして探すとかしてみるか。
そうね、役割分担には賛成するわ。あなたは夜の巡回を続けて、魔術師として怪しいと思ったところ、セイバーが怪しいって感じたところを徹底的に調べること。で、エミヤ君がそうして表立って動いてくれてる間、私は造剣を追うから。
魔頭双剣。あいつあの影に関係あるのか。
さあ、造剣もあの影を怖がってたから望み薄だとは思うけど、どこか引っかかるのよ。まあ、あの影を抜きにしたって造剣は放っておけないでしょ。キャスターの死体を操ったり、魔術師でもない神事をけしかけてマスターにしたり、きな臭いったらありゃしない。
そうか、そうだな。言われてみれば、そもそもキャスターのことで手を組んだんだもんな、俺たち。あのじいさんだって無視できないってことか。
ええ、あの影の相手は周りをきれいに片付けてからにしましょう。もし見つけても偵察に留めておいて。あれと戦うのはもっと足場を固めてからにしないとダメよ。
オッケー。けど遠坂はどうするんだ？造剣を追うってあいつの居場所わかるのか？
Well, we know one place he's going to go to constantly, so.
ああ、うん。居場所はわからないけど、直接魔頭邸に乗り込むわ。うちは魔頭家とは縁があるから、あなたより私の方が適任でしょ。
Tosaka lays out a plan in a lighthearted tone. The details are anything but light, though.
乗り込むって魔頭邸にか？お前、それ敵の本拠地に突っ込むってことだぞ。
そうだけど、何驚いてるのよ。別に戦いに行くわけでもないし、ただ相手の陣地を調べるだけじゃない。
I mean, it's a fair strategy. If you don't know where they're going to be constantly, then the best place to go is where they're sure to go. And the one place that they're always going to be sure to go is home.
バカ。造剣が待ち伏せしてたらどうするんだ？
Coming. Okay, I gotta take a food break. I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Give me a bit, guys. All right, I'm back, and I've been gone for plus minus 19 minutes.
そんなの遠坂一人で行かせられない。俺も一緒に行くから早まった真似するな。
バカ、早まってるのはそっちの方よ。
I mean, she's not wrong.
言ったでしょ、私はマトウと縁があるの。マトウの魔術は知っているし、造剣の力量だって昨日度で測れたわ。はっきり言って造剣は敵じゃない。あのローマ術師は魔力のほとんどを体の維持に当てているから、直接的な攻撃手段がないのよ。そんなわけだから、造剣が直接対決してくれるならむしろ願ったりだし、シンジだってもうマスターじゃないなら無害でしょ。古臭い魔術師同士の争いは私に任せて、エミヤ君は体で情報を稼いでちょうだい。
I can't argue with her when she puts it like that. Tosaka Tosaka has Archer with her. There's no point in being overprotective.
マトウ造剣のことは遠坂に任せた。俺とセイバーはあの影を探してみる。
ええ、よろしくね。それとエミヤ君、聞くけどさくらはちゃんとあなたの家にいるのよね。
ああ、家に泊めてるけど、それがどうした？
ううん、なんでもない。それを聞いて安心しただけよ。魔頭邸に乗り込んだ時、何も知らないさくらがいたらやりづらいでしょ。
そうか。驚いたな。登坂、お前ってすごく気が利く。
何よ、その意外なものを見たって目は。あなたね、人のことどんな風に思ってたのよ。
いや、どんな風って、そりゃ。
A human hurricane who arrives with a crash and leaves with a bang, I guess.
エミヤ君が何を考えようと勝手だけど、とにかくマトウの問題は私が解決するから、あなたは夜までおとなしくしてなさいよね。
了解。ここは遠坂に甘えてセイバーと鍛錬でもしてる。夜まで時間もあることだしな。
I stand up and head for the exit. Lunchtime is almost over, so I better get back to
じゃあ
class.
な、遠坂。また明日ここでお茶を。
ええ、お互いの成果を交換し合うってことで。ああ、けどエミヤ君、
Tosaka's lips curled into a smile. When she smiles like that, it never means anything good. I make a beeline for the door, a terrible feeling building in my stomach.
鍛錬っていうのはどうかと思うわよ。時間がいっぱいあるなら他にすることあるんじゃない？例えば同じ屋根の下にいる女の子を構ってあげるとか。
Unfortunately, I was still within her attack range.
何言ってんだバカ。さくらはそんなんじゃなくて、俺はシンジがテンパってる間だけうちに泊めて様子を見ようって。
あら、私はセイバーを少しは休ませてあげなさいって言ったんだけど。意外ね。エミヤ君、女の子って言ったらさくらが一番に上がるんだ。
She smirks. My face is beet red.
なんてね。冗談よ。さっきのお返し気に入った？
お前な、こんなの気に入るやつがいたら神経どうかしてる。
My shoulders droop. I feel as slack as a marionette with its strings cut.
そっか、エミヤ君の弱点だもんね。冗談にしてはタチが悪かったか。
タチが悪いのは父さん本人だ。先に戻るからな。
はいはい、どうぞ先に行ってて。私はもうちょっと笑ってるから。
また明日な、遠坂。
I slam the door behind me and leave the roof. Damn it. She only came here to push my buttons. Did I like it? What does that even mean? In the first place, I don't remember doing anything to her to warrant this treatment. Once school ends, I quickly start to head home. Since all after-school club activities are suspended, students crowd around the campus gate. I take a cursory look around and don't see anyone who might be Tosaka. Knowing her, she must have gone straight to the Mato house.
先輩、誰か探しているんですか？
いや、単に学校を見てただけだよ。こんな風に生徒全員が下校するって珍しいだろ。
そうですね。けど、そのおかげで今日は一緒に帰れます。帰りは商店街に寄っていきますか？
うん。晩飯のおかずを買って帰ろう。しばらく藤姉は来れないらしいから、俺とさくらとセイバーの3人分。
After we buy groceries, we take the long way home, passing by the park. The park is empty. There aren't any kids in the playground, nor a silver-haired girl in a coat.
公園、誰もいませんね。ここ、あんまり使われていないんですか？
最近はそうみたいだ。俺が子供の頃は日が落ちるまで誰かいたもんだけど、今は休みの日でもない限りこんなもんらしい。
そうですか。なんだか寂しいですね。
I nod in agreement and look up. The sky is tinged in twilight. It's a dark red expanse with no birds in sight. It feels lonely, just like the small park.
戻るか。せっかくの休みだし、たまにはゆっくりしないとな。
We leave the park. Sakura agrees cheerfully and follows me with the spring in her step. Interlude. And so Rin Tosaka arrives at her destination, the Mata residence. It's the atelier of the old maid lineage that immigrated to this town 200 years ago. Her family welcomed them as a collaborator and gave them land, and yet these fellows are outsiders with whom they have never been friends with. The Tosakas and the Mato practice mutual non-aggression and have a pact that prevents them from easily involving themselves with each other. She really could not care less. That pact was broken 11 years ago, and the people who made that deal were the family heads from centuries ago. For 200 years, they followed an agreement whose reason they followed an agreement and whose reasons and content are unclear. And for all that time, neither the Tosakas or Mato have obtained their goal, the Holy Grail. Originally, the pact was only about getting the Holy Grail. That's never happened, so she has no reason to follow that musty old rule. Rin passes through the front door without ringing the doorbell. She's never been here as a guest. She's only here as a master to eliminate her enemies in the Holy Grail War. Rin searches the manor, looking looking like she's showing something better. She's here for the Holy Grail War, so there's no need for her to follow the Tosakamoto Pact. That's what she tells herself, but she can't change. But she can't change who she is.
父さんの言いつけを破ったのってこれが初めてなんだ。
She murmurs absently. It isn't particularly remarkable. She might have gone against her father's teachings, but she hasn't broken anything important. Her only regret is...
どうせ破るのならもっと早くに押しかければよかったのに。
The guilt that she's been bearing toward a certain someone for the last 10 years.
リン、屋敷の間取りだが空白部分が2つある。
え、どこよそれ？1階
？2階からだ。階段にしては狭いがおそらく地下に通じている。
オッケー。ところでアーチャー気づいてる？
当然だ。だが害はあるまい。リンが無視する限りは私も気にかけん。我々の目的はあの妖怪だからな。
She nods at the voice next to her and heads for the hidden passage on the second floor. Rin can't see him, but the Red Knight is at her side. She brought him along in case of a fight, but her servant appears to be the meticulous sort. He sketched out a mental floor plan after walking around the house just once and pointed out rooms that seemed to be missing. Rin had a vague sense of it already, but Archer has the ability to grasp the design and structure of objects. It's a specialized ability one would never expect from a knight.
前から思ってたけど、あなたのそれってアーチャーとしてどうかと思う長所よね。
減らず口は後だ。そら、開いたぞ。暗いから気をつけ。
The conversation stops. The wall opens. Damp air wafts out from the passage leading underground. It's an unbearable rotten odor that Archer can feel even without his material body. Rin walks down the wet stone steps. Her surroundings are greenish dark. The countless holes in the walls must be to entomb the dead. The bodies in the stone coffins decompose and erode, leaving empty holes for their occupants. Not so different from above ground burials, except for one thing: the way those bodies decompose. Here, it isn't the dirt that breaks the corpses down, but countless squirming insects.
ここがマキリの修練所。
She murmurs, feeling dizzy. It isn't because of any feeling of repugnance, nor a chill. Anger is what makes her tremble, regret, and vomit. This is a training room. This place is a training room. This rotten, wet room filled with nothing but death and countless insects is what the Matos give their successor. What? What does one even learn here? This chamber is only for breeding, for feeding, multiplying, and training insects. Then the Matos must also use insects to educate, discipline, and raise their successors. Just how different is their world from hers? She thinks of her stern, difficult education and the mage crest engraved in her arm. She isn't comparing the severity of their upbringing and successors. To begin with, no one else has borne struggles and overcome obstacles like she has. Rin Tosaka has, without a doubt, faced greater challenges and adversity. That's what it means to be recognized as an average one, a mage wielding all 5 great elements, and personally inducted into the Mages Association as a prodigy. If she was asked to command this nest of insects, she could come up with a more effective formula in half a year flat. Tosaka could rewrite the magecraft that the Mato heir hasn't even mastered after a decade in a mere 6 months. But this method of teaching is idiotic. She could only eat her words if you asked her whether she could put up with being playthings for these bugs. Why do they have teeth? The magical tradition and that takes place here isn't education, it's torture. I mean, the original design was actually kind of worse, but still. It's magecraft taught directly to the body, but not the brain. Taught directly to the body, not the brain. There must be a tradition of the Makiris and a preference of the old mage Zokan, meaning that whoever is chosen to be the Mato heir undergoes endless torture.
分かってる。ここに造剣はいないわ。私が来たから逃げたのか、他に本拠地があるのか。どっちにしろこれといった手がかりもないし、長居は無用ね。
She fights down the urge to scream and leaves the room behind. The girl's footsteps fade into the distance. Later, the insects swarm around the vomit she puked in disgust. Rin returns to the surface. Her business concluded, she heads outside when...
そこにいるんでしょ？隠れても無駄よ。
She called out to the person lurking in another hidden passage in the back of the room.
どうさか、お前。
さっきまで無視して帰るつもりだったけど気が変わったわ。少し話をしましょう、マト君。
Glaring hatefully at Rin, Shinji obeys. He clearly showed himself because he's afraid of her. Not because of the threat she poses as a master with a servant. He's simply intimidated by her by the fierce air she's giving off. I mean, fair enough.
ふざけんなよお前。僕は話なんてない。大体な、遠坂はマトウに口出ししない決まりだろ。何勝手にやってきてんだよお前は。
あら、私たち同じ学校の生徒でしょ。遊びに来てもおかしくないと思うけど。
笑わせるな。鍵を壊して入ってきて散々家を荒らしたくせに遊びに来たって。父親が死んでから礼儀も何もなくなったって聞いてたけど本当だな。頭悪いよね。いつから強盗の真似事を始めたんだい、遠坂の人間は。
Stop calling the kettle black.
そう見えた？ならそれも悪くないわね。盗むものなんてここにはないけど、強盗ってあれでしょ？盗みに入った時、見つかったら暴れ回るから強盗っていうのよね。ええ、それなら本当に真似をしてもいい気分よ、私。
It's obviously a joke, but she isn't smiling. Rin practically pins Shinji to the wall with her icy glare.
バカ、違うぞ。僕は関係ない。造剣とは関係ない。あのジジイが何をしてるかなんて僕は今まで知らなかったんだ。
どうだか。ならなんでマスターになんてなったのよ、あんたは。
それはだから。
Yeah, how, Shinji? He gulps. Shinji swallows whatever he was about to say, even as Rin urges him to continue. If it's about Zoken, he probably would have spilled his guts right away. Rin Tosaka is dangerous right now. There's no telling what she might do if he says one wrong word. Please say the wrong word. This sucks. She must be so mad that she might actually try to kill him. Please say the wrong word.
それは
それは
Reading like this really warms things up. I can't wear my jacket. But he can't say it. He's as good as dead if he tells her how he became a master. Even if
なら言ってあげる。単に魔術師の真似事をしたかっただけなのよ、あんたは。自分は落ちこぼれだから魔術師にはなれないから、聖杯の力で魔術師になりたかった。それ以外に目的なんてない。あんたは無力な自分を隠すために欲しくもない証を欲しがっただけの臆病者よ。
it might be completely inconsequential to anyone else.
遠坂お前
違う？マトウの家に生まれながらあなたには魔術回路がなかった。けどそれはあなたのせいじゃないわ。もともとマトウの血は薄れていた。この土地に根を張った時から探求者としてのマトウの責務は薄れていたのよ。だっていうのにあなたはそれに固執した。特別であることが特別だなんて勘違いをしてしなくてもいいないものねだりをした。そんなことで魔術回路を得たところで魔術師にはなれないっていうのに、見苦しく自分に与えられるべきだった特権にすがったのよ。
知ったような口を叩くな。ふざけんなよ。僕が魔術師になれないだと。そんなことお前にどうしてわかるって言うんだ。
わかるわよ。断言してもいいけど聖杯を得たところであなたは魔術師にはなれない。だって才能がないもの。そのあたりがエミヤ君とは違うところ。
Oof. Oof. Shinji's mouth falls open. He wasn't expecting that name to come up. It's well enough for Rin Tosaka that Rin Tosaka is as enemy as a master. He saw that coming. But it's inconceivable that she would mention Shiro and Mia. He's just an amateur. Isn't he just an unworthy mongrel, not even from a family of mages? It was frustrating enough that he summoned Saber, but why is Rin Tosaka of all people saying his name?
なんだよ。やめろよな、遠坂。なんでなんだってお前がエミヤのことなんて口にするんだよ。
彼があなたより強いから。それに魔術師としての素質もある。マトウ真司にはないものをエミヤ四郎は持っている。ええ、あなたと同じようにエミヤ君にも魔術師としての才能はないわ。けど彼には魔術師としてやっていける絶対的な素質がある。それだけは他の誰にも負けない。彼が一番足りうるところよ。
Wow, hit him right in the ego.
一番だってあいつが笑わせるな、遠坂。あいつにあって僕にないものなんてない。何もないのはあいつの方だ。あいつなんてただ運よくセーバーと契約できただけの野良犬じゃないか。
Shinji stares straight at Tosaka. His fear seems to have been replaced by his hatred of Shiro. Rin just shrugs and sighs.
これだけ言ってもわからないようじゃ本当に処置なしね。少しは責任を取らせようと思ったけど、 あなたにはその価値さえない。ここで見逃してあげるから、エミヤ君にやられる前に教会にでも逃げ込みなさい。
Rin turns away with an irritated huff. It declares that she's finished here. She no longer considers Shinji an enemy and leaves the Mato house behind.
僕がエミヤに劣るだって。
He repeats the words with nothing but loathing. That Shinji, his back to the wall, can't even see the departing Rin anymore. If he rushes her, she'll kill him for sure. Even Shinji knows the undeniable difference in their power. Bottomless resentment fills his screen. Without turning around, Rin stops to bid farewell to the boy who was the successor to the Matos.
いいわ。最後に教えてあげる。自分以外のために先を目指すもの。自己よりも他者を顧みるもの。そして誰よりも自分を嫌いなもの。これが魔術師としての素質ってやつよ。どんなに才能があったところで、それがないものには到達できないところがある。私だってそんな条件を満たしている奴がいるなんて思ってもみなかった。こればっかりは生まれつき壊れてないと持てない矛盾だから。シンジ、あんたは他人を蔑むことで同時に抱かなくてもいい劣等感を抱いた典型よ。自分が好きなあまり周りを下に見たものの見下す相手が上にいるものだから、つまらない劣等感にとらわれただけ。
She's going for the jugular! God damn!
あなたの中身は空っぽよ。詰まっているように思えるのは本人だけで、正体は風船と一緒。周りの風向き次第で行き着く先なんてくるくる変わる。
Stop! He's already dead!
理解した？そんな男に魔術師なんて務まらないし、サーバントだって従わないわ。ここから先はあなたには関係のない世界よ。マトウシンジがどんなに自分をマスターだと言い張っても、あなたは絶対にマスターにはなれないんだから。
Her footsteps trail off. Rin leaves Shinji alone and in the dark house without sparing him another glance. Shinji slides down the wall. He collapses to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, his face spasming with laughter.
なんだ、そうか、そういうことか。
His dry tongue clicks up the spittle running down his chin. A dry thud echoes in the room. The boy violently slams his head into the wall so hard he might break the bone.
要するにさ、あいつがいなくなればいいって言うんだろ、遠坂。
No, that's not what she said at all. A choked, hollow laugh fills the air.
じゃあ行くぞ、さくら。せーの、じゃんけん。
I thrust out my fist. Sakura meets it with an open palm. Destroyed. I played rock while she played paper.
やった、私の勝ちですね。
I stare at my hand. I did it again. Why do I always play rock on the first round of rock, paper, scissors? No wonder you lost then, dude.
それじゃあ夕食の支度は私ということで、先輩はのんびりテレビでも見ててください。
Sakura practically skips to the kitchen. Does cooking dinner by herself make her happy?
仕方ないか。勝った方が飯を作る約束だもんな。
I take off my apron and sit down. I don't know how it is in other households, but around here, making dinner is apparently a recreational pastime. Not that I feel that way about it, but Sakura wanted to cook by herself. I appreciate the help, of course, but as her upperclassman, I can't take advantage of her. Accordingly, on days like this when we both have free time, we come up with contests to decide who gets to make dinner.
やることないし、お茶飲もう。
I make myself a cup of tea and absent-mindedly sit down at the table. Saber's sleeping at my room, and Fujini isn't coming over because of overtime at work or whatever. Sakura and I are the only ones here, and Sakura's cheerfully standing in the kitchen. I unconsciously find myself watching her. She works at a brisk pace, looking like she's enjoying herself. I'm used to seeing her long hair and dark red ribbon. The way she picks up utensils, the way she firmly takes up the kitchen knife, and even if it seems heavy, and sets a cabbage on the cutting board. She cuts into it with vigor. Sakura always looks nervous when she first picks up a knife, but then her motion soon becomes familiar and efficient. I space out while watching her. The sun sets. Then, when Sakura is here, life seems to go by slowly and peacefully. I suddenly realize how precious it is. Once night falls, it's off to war again. I'm only just now beginning to appreciate how important this time is to me.
桜を守らないと。
I don't know what Zoken's scheming, but I won't let him lay a hand on her. I've had so many chances to interact with Sakura lately and keep getting distracted by how she's changed, or should I say developed physically. If I'm being honest, I think I'm starting to fall for her. No, that isn't quite true. I think I must have started to feel this way a while ago. I hear her gently humming in the kitchen. It's really the little things like this that are important. As I daydream, I fill my third cup of tea and watch the twilight scene. Time seems to pass in a leisurely, tender way, as if I'm getting drunk off the tea. That might not be tea then, dude. Slumber falls over the town. Even though it's just past 10 p.m., it feels like it's 3 in the morning. It must be because of the serial coma incidents. Nightfall is like a veil over town. The lights go out, and there aren't any people outside.
あの影を探し出し調査する。アーチャーのマスターも無茶を言ってくれますね。
ああ。けど、やるしかないだろ。セイバーは反対か？
私の考えは朝に告げた通りです。それでシロ、何か手がかりはあるのですか？闇雲に街を巡回するのでは逆に的にされかねない。
Leads. I don't have any proof, but if I had to choose... Is this something that that I have to be concerned that I have to be mindful of? No, we just get a different scene. So we're going to investigate Ryoto Temple.
もう一度竜道寺に行ってみよう。今にして思うと、あの時のキャスターはどこか変だった。あそこにはまだ何かある気がする。
そうですね。あの山には不吉な気配が満ちています。この町で最も霊的な手が加えられているのはあの土地ですから。あの影とは別に一度調べてみる価値はある。
なら決まりだ。早速行こう。
We head from the yard to the front door. It'll take an hour to get to Ryoto Temple if we hurry. The sooner we leave, the better, but... Saber is looking at the guest house. Her gaze is focused on the room where Sakura is sleeping.
シロ、戦いに赴く前に話があります。その、朝の続きなのですが。
朝って、桜のことか。
はい。桜は自責の念が強すぎる。起きてしまったこと、犯してしまった間違いを、彼女は未来ではなく、現在で償おうとする嫌いがあります。
She's referring to their argument last night. Saber said that Sakura was correct and that she shouldn't dwell on the matter further. But Sakura insisted that she was wrong and kept apologizing to Saber, which only spurred Saber to apologize back to her. Sakura and Saber. Is Saber worried about how they interpret things differently?
それはどういう。
桜は自分を責めすぎるのです。過ちを正すことより悔いることを強要している。だから汚名を返上しようとするのではなく、汚名を刻みつけようとしてしまう。良くも悪くも彼女は自分を重くしている。
Saber looks pained. It's as if the words aren't directed at Sakura, but at herself.
昨夜、私はそれを強く感じました。シローと共にいる時の彼女が特別で、普段はもっと別のものではないのかと。桜は、あなたといる時だけ自責の念から解放されている。
So that's why Saber's worried. She thinks that Sakura needs to have more pride in herself.
確かに、桜は内気すぎるからな。俺も気をつけてみる。
Come to think of it, it isn't good to make a girl her age constantly do house chores. Sakura said that she enjoys just being here, and she should have fun outside the house too.
ありがとう、セイバー。桜を心配してくれて。聖杯戦争に関係ない桜を気にかけてくれたのはすごく嬉しい。
いいえ、自責に駆られる彼女の気持ちは私にもあったものです。ですから他人事には思えなかったのでしょう。
待てよセイバー、一緒に行こ
う。We head for the door together. In the night ruled by silence, we leave the house, taking care not to wake Sakura. We climb over the no trespassing fence and enter the temple yard. Since our encounter with Caster, Ryoto Temple is now treated as important evidence in the mass coma case and closed to the public. The air here still feels the same on my skin. It's uncomfortably lukewarm with the smell of ripe fruit.
中に入るぞ、セイバー。
はい。シローも気をつけて。
分かってる。危険を察知したらすぐに教えてくれ。
We pass through the yard and ascend a corridor leading to the inner temple. The hallway is dark, and the wooden floor creaks with our empty step.
とりわけ変わったものはないか。セイバー、どうだ？
私も同じです。ですがこの一帯が異常なのは確かです。この山に踏み入った時から 私たちは異なる常識に取り込まれている。これだけ魔力が満ちていながら異常を感じないことこそが異常と言えるでしょう。
そうだな。よし、もう少し調べてみよう。この寺、裏側に池があるんだ。あっちの方にもいくつか建物がある。
It said that the pond was once home to a dragon. She might be able to find some clues there, since it's long been considered a holy place. We might find some clues there. We exit the corridor and head for the back of the temple. Suddenly, something throws me across the corridor or into the central shrine. I realize that Saber did it, and I try to rush back to her side. But Saber slams the door in my face. I pound on the door. The door feels as hard as iron. Maybe Saber used some kind of spell on it. I pound and punch the door, but it doesn't budge. It doesn't even give against the full body tackle. On the other side of the iron hard door,
この相手は確実にあなただけを狙ってくる。
敵ってなんだ？あの影か？
違います。ですがマスターにとって天敵と言えるサーバントです。申し訳ありませんが、あなたが戦場にいては守りきれない。あのサーバント、アサシンには一騎打ちで臨まなければ先にマスターを叩かれてしまう。
アサシンだって。
I didn't sense anything. No matter how strange the air in Ryoto Temple feels, a servant's aura is on a different level. When a servant materializes itself nearby, it gives off an unmistakably dense aura. Even if it's hiding its aura, there's no way Saber would fail to sense it.
一撃で決着をつけます。それまでそこを離れないでください。
I feel Saber moving away. Saber's footsteps are faint but firm. Maybe she's closing in on Assassin while fending off its attacks. I look around me. I pick up a Kyosaku stick that's handy enough to be a weapon, and I immediately start strengthening it. What's a Kyosaku stick? Is that what I think it is? I'm gonna Google through that real quick. Come on. Kyosaku. No, I am pretty sure I'm spelling it right, Google. I guess it wants to abbreviate it. Okay, so it's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of those sticks that had the paper that had the paper hanging off them, like you see Miko's use. But no, that's not it. It's a stick. It's like a kind of stick with like a prayer written on it. At least I think it's a prayer. Hurry. I need to use it as a sword to cut the door open. A bad hunch, an irritation I can't quite place starts to overtake my mind. If I leave her here, if I leave Saber alone on this mountain, there's no going back. I have to hurry up and... The light goes out. No, there were never any lights here to begin with. The moonlight that was illuminating the shrine is snuffed out. Something reeks. It's an odor of rotting meat and the grating buzz of insect wings. I stare into the darkness. He cackles. Somewhere out there, I feel the old mage's unmistakable fiendish aura. I take a stance with my improvised weapon. I'm not afraid of the centuries-old fiend. The absent Saber's well-being is the only thing on my mind. Interlude. She dashes down the corridor, chasing the skull mask. The distance between them closes for 18 meters from 18 meters to a mere 5. Saber is close enough to cleave her enemy in two with a single step. But the enemy knows that too. If she closes in, and he throws daggers to prevent her from finishing the fight, and if she doesn't close in, that gives him a chance to retreat. The skull doesn't sprint with a gale-like speed the way Saber does, but retreats with bestial agility. He slips through the narrow corridors with ease, navigating tight turns and without losing speed. Does he have eyes in the back of his head, or is the back of the mask or is his back the mask he turns toward Saber when he faces her down? Assassin, the skull masked servant evade Saber's pursuit, keeping her neither too close nor too far, like a road mirage. Sparks fly. 3 daggers are hurled without any movement, and telegraphing their flight. Without any movement telegraphing their flight, yet they fail to touch Saber. Saber has some resistance to projectile attacks, just like Lancer did. Compared to Lancer, who predicts their trajectories using air current and sounds and his opponent's hostile intent, Saber predicts the attacks using air current and sounds and her intuition. Invisible attacks are not particularly threatening to heroic spirits. Excuse me. They operate on a level beyond that, killing each other with decisive attacks that may be understood but not prevented. To continue the example, Lancer's spear is worthy to be a heroic spirit's noble phantasm. It is a weapon that pierces the heart without fail. Even if its identity is known, it cannot be blocked. The only ways to defend against that demonic spear would be to erect a brute barrier with magical energy exceeding that of the spear, like Archer did in Unlimited Blade Works, to possess luck so auspicious that bends the destiny, fixing the effect of the spear, which is how Saber survived it. Excuse me. Which is how Saber survived during the Fate route. Or to prevent Lancer from using the spear to begin with. Compared to that, Assassin's Dirks are easily managed. They are lethal if they strike a vital point, but the fact that they can be simply blocked makes them little different than pebbles. Assassin has thrown more than 40 dirks. The robed killer finally stops, his ammunition exhausted. His pursuer skids to a halt as well. Her enemy, who had kept her at a distance, has suddenly stopped. She can't feel the sinister aura plainly emanating. She can feel the sinister aura plainly emanating from Assassin. This is no time for a foolhardy charge. Saber takes a slight step back, despite knowing that the best tactical choice would be to cut him down here. I must not advance further. Her intuition, which kept her alive for so many years, broadcasts a warning with maximum urgency. Do not advance. Do not approach the gloom.
観念したともセイバー。こちらは弾切れだ。こうなっては一撃で下されると覚悟したのだが、なぜ近寄らぬのかな。
Saber does not answer, but she slightly raises the tip of her sword. It points at her enemy. 7 meters separate them now. It would take her 2 steps to reach him. It is a range that requires a swordsman like Saber to advance. Furthermore, she has a hidden weapon and she can use only once, for which range is not even a consideration. Assassin's black coat flutters. She does not know where the breeze stirring it is coming from.
私などに語る口は持たぬか。まあいい。語るは自由だ。思う通りに語らせてもらおうか。
The clarity of Assassin's voice belies his appearance. It resembles someone. The spearman he fought before. Perhaps. Saber narrows the spearman she fought before, perhaps. Saber narrows her eyes.
よくもまあ弾いたものだ。私の探検。見せないつもりで撃っていたのだが、お前には
実像は見えてはいないが、奇跡ならば読み取れる。見えないものを恐れるようなら、このような剣は持たん。
しかし、よくもまあ弾いたものだ。私の探検、見せないつもりで撃っていたのだが、お前には見えていたのか。
The skull chuckles in agreement. What use is throwing black-painted daggers at someone who wields an invisible sword? Assassin keeps laughing, appreciating the clear difference in the 2 heroic spirits' calibers and the gap in their noble phantasm's capabilities.
そうか。私など初めから敵ではなかったのだな。所詮アサシン。まっとうな英霊に太刀打ちできるはずもない。もとより我らは影に潜む。そのような役割に選ばれる英霊など初めから存在しない。故に我らが役割は暗殺のみ。サーバントではなくマスターを殺すしか能のないなり損ないがアサシンなのだ。さて、となると私の標的はただ一人だけだ。理解できるかね、セイバー。私の行動は全て君の主を仕留めるためだけのものだと。
白。
さよう。お前の主は我が雇い主がもてなしている。私を引き離したところで急がねば虫どもの餌食だぞ。
Saber's sword flashes into brilliance. Or rather, she reveals the golden radiance that it always had.
のまじないで刀身を隠していたか。なるほど。その風圧ならばその場からでも私を立てる。わざわざ七に踏み込むこともないというわけか。
The black cloak sinks down. It turns out the prey he lured out has a ranged weapon of its own. No stratagem or calculation can help him now. If Saber means to cut him from afar, then all Assassin has to do is attempt to disrupt her up close.
立場が逆になったな、アサシ。この風王結界、見事踏み込んでみせるか。
ひどい女だ。イナゴの群れに飛び込めという。さりとて、このままでは竜の方向が放たれる。これは身体極まった。
The skull mask reaches the ground. Crouching low, he resembles the crawling spider. The vacuum vortex of compressed air is about to be unleashed on Assassin. It would be insane to face it. Does he really expect to endure that lethal tempest by curling up on the ground?
さて、どう見てもこれで最後になろう。その前に語らせてもらおうか、セイバー。お前は1対1ならば私に勝つと言ったな。
Saber raises her sword. She won't let him stall for escape with words. Her eyes are locked onto Assassin. Even if he attempts spatial teleportation, she can finish him before he moves.
だからこそ私をマスターから引き離した。主を守るというその判断は正しい。
She's raised her sword as high as it will go. Now all she has to do is to let it fall. Assassin sinks even lower to the floor.
だが、そこにはお前自身を守るということが含まれていたのかな?
He asks the question. To that,
先を急ぐ。さらばだ、アサシ。
Saber answers with her sword. The duel is decided. Like a divine dragon, the vortex of air swallows corridor and skull both, snaking through the temple in a violent tumult. There is no blocking or dodging it. As with Lancer's spear, the only way to stop Saber's invisible air is by overcoming it with sheer magical energy. Assassin's magical energy can't even compare to Saber's. The only way he could stop the attack is by stopping Saber from unleashing it. But it's too late to stop the released Tempest. The black coat is sure to be cut into ribbon and within a second of her sword stroke. A vortex of death descends upon him. But in the midst of the vacuum wave, Assassin cries out an exultant laugh and charges. An attack aimed at her neck. As Saber instantly parries it, the black cloak slips over her head and drops behind her. With godlike speed, Saber spins to attack him. But Assassin is no longer there, having leapt out of range. At the same time, the ominous presence she's been feeling now covers the ground beneath her feet.
さて、2つほど運がなかったな、セイバー。
The shadow spreads. Its muddy corruption taints her silver armor.
一つは相性。陣よけのまじないは砂漠を行く者には必須でな。私が知る唯一の魔術が風よけの皆であり。
That's a hint. The corridor has plunged into darkness. The pale moonlight fails to illuminate the shadows. As her consciousness fades. And that's not good! She sees
ア
it.
サシン貴様は
そうだセイバー。もう一つはこの場所を戦いの場に選んだことだ。ここには良くないものが住むとお前は気づいていたはずなのだがな。
She can't even hear Assassin's voice. In a few more seconds, she will disappear. The shadow consumes servants. Her body screams in revulsion, even as her thoughts fade. It doesn't matter if it's a futile gesture. She spends every last drop of magical energy if that's what it... she'll spend every last drop of magical energy if that's what it'll take to break out of this bind. The shadow still only covers her feet. If she fights against it at maximum output, she can break free. Even if she loses most of her energy and the part of her taken by the shadow, at least she can escape. And yet,
そうはいかん。お前はここで消えるぞ、セイバー。
the shadow isn't her only foe. The skull has been watching this effort play out like a spectator, but he is still a Grim Reaper here with to bring death.
初めから
1対1ならば勝てると言ったな、セイバー。そう。それが間違いだ。お前は1人。こちらは2つ。私はただ、お前の注意を削ぐだけでよかった。
The shadow encroaches further. Her very existence begins to decay, starting with her feet. She's lost sensation from her toes to her thighs. Her legs become both part of this world and not part of it.
サーバントはそのあるやるに抗えん。お前が真っ当な英霊ならばなおさらだ。比較的近い私でさえ触れれば魔力を奪われる。純正であるお前では触れられただけで正気を失おう。だがそれは惜しい。むざむざお前を消滅させては私の目的は果たせない。お前の心臓は私がもらう。
お前が私を。
おかしいか。探検はそこをつき私とて影には近づけぬ。その私がお前を仕留めるのは不可能だと。
Murderous intent emanates from the skull. Assassin's magical energy, which felt feeble so far, concentrates in his right arm. His right arm is a club, a misshapen thing without even a hand that does not function as an arm. It can do so. It can do it. All it can do is dumbly strike his opponent. It cannot even hold his daggers. Now it warps. Bones bend and break. The skull's arm explodes. It's upward. It's like an abominable wing. What a bizarre sight. What a long, massive arm. Where another arm would end in a fist, that is only his elbow. It bends into a grotesque forearm and hand that's sewn into his shoulder. Saber's thoughts freeze. It can reach her. That arm is long enough to reach her. Once it does, it is sure to gouge out her heart. Before she can even tremble, his arm flutters. The cursed arm is thrust at her like a spear. There is sound of flesh being sliced and a gout of fresh blood. Red liquid splashes on the floor and speckles the black shadow. A shrill cackle escapes the skull mask. His outstretched arm is coated in crimson. The deed is done. It quickly retracts back towards Assassin. He has lost his monstrous arm. She lowers her sword. Assassin's cursed arm never reached Saber. Saber repelled the curse before it could extract a mirror image of her heart. Assassin's noble phantasm cannot defeat Saber, even in these dire straits. No. Having survived Lancer's causality-reversing spear, she won't allow herself to die to such a vulgar curse. But that was the last resistance she can offer. All the power she built up to resist the shadow was spent in this final defense. She has no strength left to struggle with, and even if she did, it would be too late. The sinister aura she's felt this entire time is now emanating from her very self. The shadow devours her feet and reaches her waist. Not even moonlight can escape its hunger, and now it has become her. It's too late to do anything. The shadow creeps upwards. It clouds over the silver-clad swordsman's vision. She gasps as if craving oxygen and sinks into the murky swamp. Sakamoto stands there, looking just like he did the night before. He looks completely intact, even after Archer cut him in two. The old mage, waiting only for death to claim him, laughs as if the other night's events were all a dream. His methods are a mystery, but if he truly recovered, then they must be in the realm of restoration, not just healing. You can't accomplish this by just healing a wound. It's a grand magecraft which returns a lost body to nothing, from nothing to its original form. So does that mean he's immortal?
さて、そのような棒切れ一本で何をしようというのかな、小僧。
I face down Zoken and with a strengthened Kyosaku stick. I can't get any closer to him, nor can I run away to join Saber. If Zoken is immortal, then there's nothing I can do against him with a stick.
わしを仕留めるか、サーバントの後を追うか。どちらにせよ、足を動かさねば始まるまいて。
Insects squirm and chitter all around the old mage. No, not just around him. I can see the shadows moving, blocking out the moonlight. I know what they are, even if I can't see them. The darkness is a disgusting horde of insects. Darker than black, they fill all four corners of the shrine room, covering every wall. The room is completely overrun by the bugs teeming over the walls and the stench of rotten meat.
どうした？何をためらう？先日わしの腹を立ってくれたのはお主たちであろう。当坂の小娘と組んでわしを始末する腹ではなかったのか。
The insect-wielding Zoken is clearly enjoying this. Obviously, I can't do a damn thing about the swarms of insects with a stick. Zokan only needs to give the order to drown me in a sea of bugs. No, maybe. If I run outside as fast as I can, I might be able to break out of this desperate situation. There's a lot of them, but they're just bugs. I doubt they can take out the whole human in a matter of seconds. Oh, have I got news for you!
よいぞ。わしはいくらでも待とう。セイバーの帰還を信じて待ち続けるか、その武器でわしを仕留めるか、それとも我が虫どもを振り払い外に出るか、好きな死に方を選ぶがよい。
It sounds like he doesn't intend to let me get away. The longer we drag out this match, the more bugs gather. Then I'll... I think I completely forgot to make a second save file. Attacking Zokan is the bad end trigger. So I'll use a command spell. Should I try using a command spell? I don't think Saber would lose to Assassin, but the situation is too unfavorable. This is that old fiend, this is that old fiend we're talking about here. It's too dangerous to let Saber fight alone. You know what? I gotta do this. I was resisting before, but I gotta do this. This is that old fiend we're talking about here. It's too dangerous to let Saber fight alone.
不出来な殺気を上手に畳み打ったな。何やら考えがあるようだが。
His chuckle is condescending. It's a laugh that says he'll let me try anything I want, since it's all child's play. Fine, go ahead and laugh. The command spells are supposed to respond to my wishes. Then I'll use as many as it takes to call Saber back. Without taking my eyes off the shadow before me, I focus on my will. I focus my will on my left hand. I give one simple order. I call Saber back to my side immediately. He notices too late. My left hand blazes with warmth, releasing it as compressed magical energy in response to its master's wishes. The whole thing was gone out there, and loses its color after a brief moment of pain. I wish it only failed. I'd like to believe I was using it wrong because I don't know how it works.
どうやらことは済んだようじゃの。脅かしおって寿命が10年ほど縮んだぞ。
Does that mean you'll die sooner? His laughter grates on my ears. Far away, I hear wind howling, like a death cry. My left hand throbs in pain. The back of my hand is tingling. It hurts where the command spells are, almost like I'm bleeding there. I feel awful dread. I feel awful dread. I feel awful dread. The pain in my left hand. The howling wind gone silent. the old insect-wielding mage, laughter filling the room with his bloodlust.
いや、紛れもない現実よ。お主もマスターならばわかろう。オノガサーバントがこの世から消滅した事実がな。
My mind is paralyzed. My vision freezes. What is he talking about?
何をほけておる。セーバーは死んだ。隠したと侮ったアサシンに敗れた。そんなこともわからんのか、小僧。
Bullshit, right? My left hand hurts. It really hurts. But my command spells are still there. They're growing fainter by the second, and like they're about to fade, but they aren't gone yet. Then Saber still has to be out there, ready to come to me right now.
ではしまいにするか。当坂の小娘はまだ使い道があるがな。お前はこれで用済みよ、小僧。セーバーともども我が聖地で死に絶えるがよい。
言ってんじゃねえぞ、てめえ。
I run. I charge at the enemy before me, trying to shake off the pain in my left hand with a horrible dread. I step forward towards Zoken and swing the Kiyosaku stick with all my strength. I aim him a vertical slash from skull to groin. But something repels it, immediately sending me backward. My back slams into a wall. I can't breathe, like someone punched me, like someone punched the wind out of me. My back feels numb where it hit the wall, like when you get too close to fire. I hear bugs near my ear. The bugs coating the wall move so that they wouldn't be crushed when I hit it. Even their chittering seems to taunt me.
間に合ったか、アサシ。では小僧の始末もお主に任せよう。セーバーに比べれば楽な作業。ゆるりと楽しむがいい。
Zoken disappears. In the darkness where he lurked, a white skull snickers at me. So that's the assassin servant. Zoken Mato, lawful evil, male. 215 centimeters, 62 kilograms. Presence concealment. Almost impossible to detect if he completely conceals his presence. However, if he readies to attack, the rank of presence concealment greatly diminishes. Throw dagger B. Ability to throw daggers like bullets. Protection against wind. An Islamic blessing to ward off typhoons. Zabanaya, delusional heartbeat. It's rank C, anti-personnel, range 3 to 9, max targets 1 person. Cursed arm, the arm of evil spirit Shaitan, and it excels at cursing humans to death. Using a lump of leather and a mirror image of the assassination target, it creates a secondary existence which affects the actual target. By crushing the fake image that resonates with the assassination target, he curses the target to death without laying a finger on the actual target. His assassination method include nullifying even the most powerful physical defenses and crushing the target's heart. No matter how solid the armor, it's rendered useless before Zabania. To counter Zabania, what is vital is not high constitution and endurance, but high magical energy, to endure the secondary existence being created. Yeah, he's known as True Assassin. The dagger used by the Skull-Masked Assassin. It is designed not as a slashing weapon, but as a thrown projectile. He's a black-robed killer with a white mask that suits Zoken well. He's going to kill me. My left hand hurts. I can barely think. My heartbeat reaches a fever pitch, realizing these are my last moments. The assassin hurls lethal weapons at my groin, throat, and heart and stomach, and they have no way to stop them. Silver light repels the incoming attack. The blade bats aside. And all four daggers that were about to kill me. Only one person could have done that. My left hand still hurts. My command spells aren't gone yet. That means. I look up. Someone appears as if to protect me from the white masked servant, but it's. Yeah! Best girl! Huh? Another servant in dark clothes, like assassin. There's no doubt about it. That's Shinji's servant, Ryder. Why is she here to help me? The skull answers Zoken's shout. Her long hair traces through the air. Ryder wordlessly turns toward his assassin. Facing the rain of daggers he unleashes. I can't follow the daggers with my eyes. The skull mask bounds and scrambles around the cramped shrine room. As soon as I spot him on the walls, he's on the ceiling, then the floor, throwing one dagger after another. They come from every direction without end, giving their target no chance to block or evade them. In the blink of an eye, the volley of daggers lines the floor like a sharp forest. Ryder can't deal with that. I've seen her move when she fought Saber. Assassin's Assault was probably fierce enough to keep Saber at bay. But she beat Ryder in a single blow, so Ryder has no chance. Yeah, do not speak ill of my girl, bitch! The white skull hurls a merciless barrage of darts. But then I notice something like frustration behind his attacks. By the time I realize what's wrong, the difference in power is already clear. They aren't hitting her. Not a single one of the dozens of daggers from the shadows even scratched Ryder. That's my girl! The voice comes from the ceiling. Assassin glares hatefully at his foe. Maybe he ran out of daggers. There is a gigantic snake. I don't believe it. That many daggers. Ryder evaded them all with pure speed. It's not like when she saved me moments earlier. She simply raised around on the ground as if to declare that she didn't even need to block the dagger to defend herself. Assassin eyes Ryder dubiously from the ceiling. Ryder is different from the servant I witnessed before. The magical energy in her body and the sheer physical prowess are on a totally different level. She might not be as strong as Saber, but she's clearly superior to Assassin. Ryder doesn't answer. She just crouches low. Just as I realize it's the posture of a predator about to pounce its prey, Ryder flies up is up at the ceiling while Assassin leaps at the ground, and they cross blades. Yeah, fuck you! I'm having too much fun with this fight. Both fighters clash their daggers and land, facing away from each other. Ryder is unharmed. Meanwhile, Assassin's shoulder is skewered by one of her daggers. Assassin attempts to pull out the dagger in his shoulder. Before he can, a metallic sound of chains rings out, and Ryder uses her chain to bodily swing Assassin around. Yeah, bitch! This makes me so happy. The skull shrieks in pain. Ryder just keeps spinning around mercilessly, like she's swinging a ball and chain. Assassin flails through the room helplessly, crashing through the walls, his arms and legs bending at wrong angles with each impact. I duck to avoid the whirling man tornado, if you will. It can't be described as merely powerful or violent. After spinning it around as she pleases, she lets the central force carry him and lets go. It's like throwing a sledgehammer. Assassin, his bones shattered, is thrown through the last wall head first. I'm guessing that's for Ryder? Is that the monster's strength? Can amplify one's physical strength temporarily. The attack characteristic is that only demons can have. Increases one's physical strength by one rank by using it. The duration depends on the rank of one's monstrous strength. That's why you don't disrespect my girl! And goes flying. The Skullmax servant is tossed out into the temple yard like a piece of trash. Bounces off the ground a few times, and spattering blood everywhere. And finally rolls to stop the mountain gate. That was brutal. I know by now that servants don't die that easily, but he probably can't fight anymore. Soken's presence fades. Sensing the tables turning, the old maid departs with a harsh word for Ryder. And the bugs that were cowering in the corners of the room leave with their master. The pain where Assassin punched me in the stomach brings me back to my senses. Ryder and I are the only ones left in the shrine room. I take a deep breath and calm myself down. After a moment, I realize that only my stomach and back are hurting. I know what that means now, even without thinking about it. I push through my dizziness and head for the corridor. Take this! Just gives me a wooden sword. Ryder doesn't seem to mean me any harm. She was really here to save me.
お前どうして
Save me. I almost finished, but I almost don't care at this point. Right now, I want to.
お前はシンジのサーバントだろうなのにどうして俺を助けてくれたんだ
I want to go to her. Why am I taking this detour?
あなたを死なせてはいけないと命じられています。私は主の命に従っただけです。
I see. Whatever. I don't believe it, but it's what her. But if that's her answer, then fine. Never mind that. I need to hurry. I know with one glance what I'm going to find. The corridor is silent. It's half destroyed, torn apart by as if a tornado went through. On the only intact portion of the floor, I find a red stain. It's smaller than the palm of my hand, and I don't know who the blood belongs to. But as soon as I see it, I feel my legs grow weak and drop to my knees. I touch the red stain. The blood is dry, and it doesn't stick to my fingers. It seems to declare that she's well and truly gone.
私の役割はあなたを守ることです、シロ。
How many times do I have to hear those words? They were promising, yet anxious. She always put me first. Never once did she talk about protecting herself. I scratched that blood stain. Saber fought and died here. That's what war is. I've known from the moment that we made our pact that people would die in this battle. I offered her my hand with that in mind, and she took it. She was a girl smaller than me who protected me. When I decided to go after the Black Shadow instead of the Holy Grail, she swallowed her dread and went along with my decision. And this is the result. I lost her. I'm no longer a master, and I'm back to being the half-baked hero I was before. I'm all alone with no way to fight. But I still have something to do.
行かないと
I touched the blood stain one last time. This is farewell. I lift my hand away without a bow or words of thanks. The pain in my left hand is gone. The moment I acknowledged Saber's death and said goodbye, my command spells disappeared without a trace. Command spells won't disappear because the servant is gone. They go away when a mage is no longer qualified to be a master.
つまり俺は
I have no idea what happened here tonight. All I know for certain is one thing. In this moment, I lost Saber and the right to be a master. I leave Ryudo Temple. My stomach and back feel like big injuries, but right now I don't care about physical discomfort.
送ります。敵がいなくなったとはいえ、夜道の一人歩きは危険ですから。
I stop, surprised. The way Ryder is acting is just too unexpected.
わからないなそれもお前のマスターの命令か
いえ、そのような命令は受けてはいません。これは私個人の感情です。ただそう思っただけですので、他意はありません。
Chaotic good.
そっかそれなら信じるけど見送りはいい俺たちは敵同士だろうならそこまで世話にはなれない
敵同士。では、
あなたはまだ私たちと戦うつもりですか？セイバーを失った魔術師でもないあなたが。
I don't answer. I still haven't said anything about fighting or forfeiting the war.
そう。わかりました。せいぜい道中気をつけなさい。
Ryder's long hair flutters. She heads for the mountain gate ahead of me. Even to me, she looks hopelessly defenseless from behind.
Thank you.
I blurt out something I forgot to say.
Eh?
She turns around. Surprise is plain on her face. It's embarrassing to have her look at me like that, but I have to express my gratitude.
あなたは今、何と言いました？
Because she'll hear me after all. I feel uncomfortable staring her in the eye, so I slightly avert my gaze.
だから、ありがとうって言ったんだ。お前に助けてもらわなかったら、死んでただろう。見ての通り、今は何も返せない。だから、せめて礼ぐらい言っとかないと、お前に悪い。
お気になさらず。私は主の命に従ったまでです。主の命が変われば、すぐにでもあなたを殺します。
Ryder answers in a cold voice and disappears through the gate.
だろうな。だから世話にはならないって言ったんだ。
I walk out at the temple alone. I can think about why she came to save me later. It'll take an hour to get home. I only have 1 hour to get over the fact that she should be here with me. I arrive at my house. It's well past 1 a.m. A brief coughing fit makes me cover my mouth, and I notice a little blood on my hand. It still hurts where Assassin punched me, and my back stings where it hit the wall. I don't know what the internal damage is like, but my back is probably bruised. Before, I would heal from light injuries right away, but now they don't heal at all. Yeah, because Saber's gone, Avalon is no longer working. My pact with Saber let me heal from all injuries on my own. That's gone now. Even a small wound can prove fatal.
Senpai.
Someone calls me. Sakura is standing in the hallway past the front door.
さくら、どうしたんだ？こんな夜更けに。もしかして。
いえ、寝つけなくて夜更かししていたんです。そしたら先輩の靴がなかったからどこかに出かけたのかなって。
さくら、どうしたんだ？こんな夜更けに。もしかして起こしちゃったか？なあ、ちょっと出歩いてた。
Alright, the lights were on when I got back. Has she been here for the whole time?
ずっと玄関で待ってたのか？
いえ、そんなことないです。ちょっとおトイレに寄っただけで、たまたま玄関にいただけですよ。
She was definitely waiting for me. It's been under 3 hours since Saber and I set out. Maybe Sakura noticed me leaving right away and waited here the entire time.
それより先輩、お茶にしませんか？こんな時間ですけど、あったかいお茶を飲んでゆっくりすれば元気が出ますから。
My eyes widen. Suddenly, Sakura is uncharacteristically forceful. I must be in pretty bad shape if she is this worried about me.
頼む。それと、ただいま。さくらに声をかけずに出歩いてすまなかった。
I take off my shoes and go inside. I keep a hand on my hurting stomach and head for the living room. Sakura steps in front of me.
おかえりなさい、先輩。
She replies, sounding somehow relieved. I jump up from the seat cushion my butt is on. The antiseptic drenching my back burns something fierce. It even makes a sizzling sound, making me feel like I'm being roasted over coals. That's how you know it's working.
さくら、痛い。消毒薬はもういいから、傷口を拭いてガーゼでも貼っといてくれ。
ダメです。背中一面真っ赤なんですから、ちゃんと消毒しないといけません。それに、痛いのは当たり前です。こんな大怪我をして帰ってきたんですから、少しは我慢してください。
Oof, I wonder if she's as tough on injured people thanks to the Kyoto Club or Fujini.
先輩、他に痛むところはありますか？
あ、いや、怪我したのは腹と背中だけだ。他はなんともない。
そうですか。なら、あとはガーゼを当ててテーピングするだけですね。
Sakura wields the first aid kit with practiced efficiency. Her face is stern as she works, and I don't feel like I can interrupt her. Now then, if you're wondering how this happened, it's because I accidentally threw up the tea as soon as it hit my stomach. I planned on hiding it, but Sakura found out. Then she pounded it until I confessed that I got injured, and now she's treating my wounds. Of course, she wasn't this aggressive as soon as I got home.
怪我ってお腹ですか？
Then I showed Sakura my abdomen. She blushed so furiously she couldn't even begin to render first aid.
さくら、本当にいいのか？手当てなら自分でできるし、無理しなくていいぞ。それに背中はもっとひどい。
大丈夫です。やります。やらせてください。
She became so flustered that I was worried she would swoon before she could even treat my back.
先輩、そのお洋服脱いでください。
I didn't want to stop Sakura when she is trying so hard, and I couldn't have treated my back on my own. So with that in mind, I took off my shirt and let her work on my back. My back is scratched all over, and for a while, Sakura didn't do anything. After staring at each other for a few minutes, she gulped and announced that she'd start giving me first aid. That was 20 minutes ago. It's now past 2 in the morning. Sakura's diligent care is almost finished.
はい、終わりました。新しいシャツを用意しましたから、こっちを着てください。
あ、もう終わったのか。サンキュー、さくら。
いえ、先輩もお疲れ様でした。
I put on a fresh shirt and take a deep breath. I can't do much about the bruise on my stomach, but my back pain feels a little better. I'll sleep on my stomach tonight. Hopefully it won't hurt as much tomorrow.
さて、それじゃ寝るか。こんな夜更けに起こしてすまなかったな。
いえ、そんなことはないんですけど。
Sakura looks down. She looks like she wants to say something but can't.
俺がいない間に何かあったのか？
先輩、セイバーさんは帰られたんですか？
I go dizzy for a
セイバー
second.
さんは帰られたんですか？
Hearing it out loud from someone else finally drives the hammer home.
ああ、急な話だけど、あいつは帰った。もう戻ってこない。
I push through the dizziness, steady my breathing, and answer calmly. Sakura has doubts, I'm sure. Saber was just here 4 hours ago, so she must think something happened. So I need to be calmer than anyone and act like everything's
そういえ
fine.
ば、最後にさくらのことを言ってたよ。さくらは思い詰めるタイプだから、もっと気楽に行けってさ。
そうですか。セイバーさんとは仲直りしたばかりだったのに、お別れを言えなかったのは残念です。
I can't even nod. Saber disappeared before she could say farewell to anyone. It pains my heart so much I want to throw up. For only 6 days we worked together. For only 6 days we were partners. For only 6 days we swore to be she swore to be my sword, and how did I repay her?
でもよかった。あの人が来てから、先輩、怪我してばかりだったから。これで今まで通りですね、先輩。そうですよね。何をしていたかは聞きませんけど、先輩はセイバーさんのために出歩いていたんでしょ。けど、そのセイバーさんも帰ってしまったんですから、先輩が危ない目に遭うこともないじゃないですか。
いや、セイバーがいなくなっても、夜に出歩くのは続けるけどな。セイバーに付き合ってたんじゃなくて、俺がセイバーを付き合わせてたんだから。
I stand up. I feel less tense now that the first date is finished. I suddenly feel sleepy.
先輩。
おやすみ、さくら。それと今の話な。明日からもっと家を留守にするだろうけど、さくらは今まで通りここを使ってくれ。今夜みたいに帰りが遅くなる時もあるけど、気にせずちゃんと眠ること。さっきみたいにずっと玄関で待ってるってのはなしだぞ。
はい。おやすみなさい、先輩。
I can rest my body now. I didn't notice before, but I'm seriously exhausted. I'm just lying down on my stomach enough to make my body and mind sleepy. Before I pass out, I stare into the dark, hardening my resolve. What defeated Saber? What am I supposed to fight? I need to get that through my head right now. The memory makes my chest creak. I tremble slightly, feeling a frustration that goes beyond anger or fear. I feel like my heart is going to break. That shadow. That thing out there indiscriminately attacking people. The black shape that even Saber and Archer were afraid of. I didn't see it happen, but I'm pretty sure of it. Saber lost to that thing. Assassin couldn't have beaten her. If anything back there could have defeated her, it had to have been that shadow. I'll defeat that thing and beats Saber. It isn't my only enemy. I need to deal with Zoken and Assassin too. Zoken said he had no more use for me since I'm no longer a master. But as long as I fight in the Holy Grail War and pursue the shadow, Zoken is sure to appear. My body trembles. Saber isn't here anymore. Without her miraculous healing, I only have my half-baked magecraft to protect me. Now, I know how foolish and suicidal that is.
戦うと決めた。正義の味方になるって言ったんだ。
I lost Saber to do that. It's why I've been following in Kiritsuga's footsteps ever since the fire. The only choice I have is to stop this war so that the tragedy can never happen again. And that's why this is the last night I'm allowed to tremble like this. In the morning, once my injuries have healed, I have to become a stronger version of myself that she would be proud of. Eight three. The girl returns to her bedroom. She goes to her bed with heavy steps and sits down limply.
あんな怪我をしたのにまだ
She doesn't know what happened. She just knows that the boy left and came back a few hours later, looking haggard and covered in wounds. The blonde girl who suddenly appeared in this house a few days ago didn't return with him. From this alone, it's clear that something irrevocable has happened. The boy is hiding something, and as a result, the blonde girl didn't come back. But that doesn't matter. She doesn't care about that at all. As long as the boy is back safe, then she doesn't need to know what happened. Nothing could make her happier than Shiro and Mia coming home to her.
冷えるのかな
She feels a chill and touches her cheek. It's hot. Her whole body feels hot, and she feels like she might faint if she doesn't concentrate. It must be a cold again. That's unusual, since she doesn't usually catch colds. But she was waiting at the door for almost 3 hours. Sluggishly, she turns off the light. Too tired to even change out of her clothes, she collapses into bed.
こんなの先輩に比べたら全然だし
Lying face down, the girl thinks back to the scene a few minutes ago. His back looked like someone worked it over with a cheese grater. His stomach was bruised black and as if struck by a heavy blunt weapon. Well, not too far off. He had to have been wounded in both body and spirit, yet his gaze was as clear as day. The moment she remembers, she feels her body temperature rise. She pretends not to notice that it's hatred she feels, not excitement.
誰があんな
Yes, she can't forgive whoever hurt him this badly. This goes beyond momentary feelings like hatred or disapproval. He's always been deeply hurt, and yet he's always stayed here with her, so pristine. He's someone who's different from her, yet so precious. So she can't abide the fact that someone hurt him.
けど先輩の背中
She absently reaches out with her hand. It's been a long time since she saw his bare skin up close. When they first met, she saw he was small for a boy and not much taller than her. But for the last 2 years, he has rapidly become a man. It wasn't like before when he collapsed from a cold. That was only a common cold. Tonight he was a wounded man.
先輩
Her mind goes blank as she remembers. When he exposed his chest, she was surprised by how masculine he was, covered muscle, strained by trained every day without rest, and not a gram of excess. If she had to compare his lithe body to that of an animal, she would have been a wild goat. He would have been a wild goat, small and beautiful, yet with a hidden strength to scale sheer cliffs.
胸だって広かったしすごく男の人だった
Her outstretched fingers trace the lines of a chest that isn't there. Unconsciously, they run up his body's lines like water drops. From his chest to his neck. Her fingers glide across the sheets, from his neck to his lips. Her face goes bright red. In a panic, she tucks her arm in. The girl rolls into a ball on her bed and hears turning her ears turning just as red as her face. It shouldn't be this embarrassing, but the memory of his touch is just too fresh. The sensation of his skin on her fingertips just makes her imagination that much more vivid. She clenches her hand tightly. She brings her face and hands in, trying to ball up the warmth heating her body. She can't think of anything else. She clutches her hands to her chest, clutching close the residual sensation in fingertips. She endures the heat boiling up through her body. She won't be able to hold on if she lets it out. If that happens, she won't even be able to think of this one thing she's clinging to. She's hounded by confusion and guilt towards the boy. His injured body just the thought of the bloody marks on his back make her dizzy. The girl who will never come home again. What she took from him, all the lies. Dark emotions she would normally never even entertain twist inside her, awakening a feeling of delight deep within. She calls out to him to try and bury the feelings. How can she keep them down? She hugs her chest so tightly it contorts. Thoughts bubble up within her bosom. The only thing making her this happy, this relieved, is that the boy came home to her. It isn't enough. She knows that now. He takes such good care of me, but he's trying to protect me by pushing me away. She says her thoughts aloud. She knows how greedy she sounds. But because it's a desire that shouldn't be voiced, a wish that can't come true. She moans her repentance. Now, how vile she is for delighting in his injuries. How decadent she is for wanting to waste his effort to protect her. It feels like a betrayal for someone like her to want to be with him. So she apologizes. The repentance and contrition quench her fever. She crawls up in bed, damp with sweat. Her guilty conscience awakened a fever that was somehow like arousal. Even though the fever has cooled, she feels troubled by the heaving agony. His wounded body. He's still going to fight, even after going through that. She frets, covered in sweat. It's a worry she doesn't have an answer for, and a problem she can't solve. She could think all night and still not come up with a way to stop the boy. Except... With a relieved sigh, she arrives at an utterly simple answer. The girl breaks into a smile of someone who just had a divine revelation, feeling deep relief.
歩けなくなるくらいの怪我をしちゃえば、もう危ない目に遭うことはないですよね。
Okay.
先輩。
She murmurs as if addressing someone. Another interlude? Are you serious? Well, I can't go anymore. We're already over time. I don't want to push this any farther than we have now. So we're going to have to resume. We're going to have to resume next week. So we didn't really get we didn't really get to where I wanted to get, which is finding out Ryder's true name. But that is definitely going to be next week. And yes, we suffered a great loss with Saber. It's very sad, but at least we got a kick-ass fight with Ryder. Seeing her beat up assassin was just fucking awesome. So yeah, let us set up a raid. We have someone playing Hollow Knight. Grey Cat at Cafe playing Obscure. Frostique doing art. Daisy is playing Dark Souls Remastered. Oceanax is playing Elden Ring. Oh, Alicia is she might be getting into a reaction. So probably not the best not to rate her. Mama is playing Oblivion. Uh, Having a hard time deciding here. It's been a while. Let's raid Ocean Axe. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube. If you're watching on there, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. Oh, and you can also check my my socials down there. So, next and on YouTube, they are in my socials are in the description. So tomorrow we will be starting a new rather short series, with a game I've been looking forward to getting to for a while now. Stray Gods. It's a musical, a role-playing musical. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.